The pledge and remain standing if you choose for the invocation. Thank you. Pastor Keith Pavia from Christ Church.
Mayor Dickey, Council, I'm honored to be here to start this meeting off in prayer. Dear God, I come to you today and thank you for loving us and being the one we put our trust in. I ask you to watch over this meeting and help us put away our differences so we can function for the betterment of this town. We are grateful that we live here in an amazing place. Keep us focused on you and know that we embrace being one nation under God. Again, be with us in this council as we have this meeting and make sure we are filled with integrity. And we just pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor Dickey?
Here.
Vice Mayor Calabianakis?
Here.
Councilmember Friedel? Present. Councilmember McMahon? Here. Councilmember Grzybowski?
Present.
Councilmember Toth?
Here.
And Councilmember Skillicorn?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We have our statement.
Yes. Anyone wishing to address the council regarding items listed on the agenda or under call to the public should fill out a request to comment card located in the back of the council chambers and hand it to the town clerk prior to consideration of that agenda item. When your name is called, please approach the podium, speak into the microphone, and state your name for the public record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. It is the policy of the mayor and council to not comment on items brought forth under call to the public. However, staff can be directed to report back to the council at a future day or to schedule items raised for a future council agenda.
Thank you, Angela. Start with our reports, and we'll start with our town manager, Rachel.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Everyone, thanks for joining us tonight. I just had 2 quick items. As many of you know, and I think as several of our council members, we attended the Arizona League of Cities and Towns last week. It's a great conference. It's a great chance for communities to come together to look at the ways our state is growing and changing and work together. So I really appreciated that. Closer to home, we had a couple of questions about what was going on the Avenue this morning. As some folks noted, our holiday lights are actually going up already. Yes, I know it's only September. We're not rushing things. It's actually very normal. We try to get those up before overseeding happens so that our overseeding process isn't interrupted with the trampling, the necessary work that takes. So we do those ahead of time, then we'll go into overseeding here in a couple of weeks. So it gives us a chance to get ahead of the curve so that we're all ready for the holiday season. So to answer any questions, no, they will not be on anytime soon. So, thanks.
I was able to attend the League conference as well. I was very excited to see that Fountain Hills had a booth at the showcase of all the municipalities. We haven't done that before in the past in some time, and so it was really exciting to watch people walking up and learning all about Fountain Hills and these who are mayors and council members and town managers and staff from all over the state. So I really enjoyed getting to meet a bunch of these people, and it was a really cool opportunity.
Not a lot of meetings going on the past couple of weeks because of the league conference, so all of the major players were there, so didn't hold meetings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remind you guys that Make a Difference Day is coming up next month. It's hard to believe that it's September already. It's on October 19th. I also wanted to mention that I got to meet Stephanie Beck, who is the gal that created the free store in the middle school. It is so heartwarming to see everything that she's gotten and everybody that's donated to the cute little store for the middle school students. If you haven't had a chance, I'm sure she'd love to brag about it. If you're doing purging at all, contact her because she'll take pretty much whatever you have. They're especially looking for clothes, I think, but they are taking a lot of other stuff. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad that the town was well represented at the league meetings. Some of us had some scheduling conflicts, so not all of us made it down there. And also with Make a Difference Day, it's a great opportunity to give back to the community. If you haven't done that, there's still time to sign up for that. So we get quite a few volunteers that actually help on a number of different projects around the town. So it's really a rewarding day for everybody. And I want to remind everybody that next month, October, is Domestic Violence Month, so the town will be lighting the fountain on Wednesday nights purple, just to raise awareness to domestic violence, and we'll also be doing the lights around the town hall in purple as well. So that's all I have.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you very much for attending. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend the League of Cities conference because I was out of the country, but I'm glad my colleagues were able to attend. It's an excellent conference. Over the summer, it was busy for me. I attended the Dem-Friendly Committee meeting to plan our next successful Dementia-Friendly Summit, also Valley Metro Board meetings. We also attended the CARES Forum meeting with Mayor Dickey and Brenda to, we're having an October educational event. It's Stay Safe at Home and on the road while you're traveling. It's Thursday, October 24th at 4:30 at the Community Center. So please mark your calendars and attend. It's going to be a very informative event. Also, the 4th of July was an awesome celebration, as usual for our town. Thousands of people attended. I participated on behalf of our dementia-friendly town in the Times July Senior Expo, which was very much a success. I also have worked with Amanda, our financial director, on the downtown strategy plan. And one more time, I would like to thank Justin Weldy, David Janover, and their team for putting in the sidewalk at Eagle Mountain and completing the crosswalk so that it is safe for golfers to cross Eagle Mountain Parkway there so they can go to the practice rounds. And also, I wanted to mention that I'm sad to see Bo Larson, our marketing person, leave. I saw him yesterday. It was his last day, and he is going to be greatly missed by everybody. He was an excellent marketing person, but he is going to a good place and another job. So anyway, thank you again. Thank you for coming this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Yeah, thanks everybody for coming tonight and for this being another very well-attended meeting. To all of our friends on Cox Channel 11, YouTube, and live streaming, welcome to our town council meeting. To expand on something that Peggy just said on the Fountain Hills Cares meeting, one of the things I knew about last time, but it hadn't been secured yet, is we're going to have a very special keynote speaker, and that's going to be Kathy Marks, who's a citizen of Fountain Hills. She's spoken at the Fountain Hills Women of the Fountain Hills Republican Women's Club and many other clubs around town. She's a wonderful person, and she will be our featured keynote speaker. She's a safety, security, insurance, and risk management professional with over 40 years of practical experience. Her presentation will feature on how to spot anomalies in everyday life that are indicators that something bad might be about to happen to you. So that's really exciting. I hope everybody can go. Yeah, I attended the Arizona Cities and Towns Conference too. It was just a really wonderful experience. We had such a diversity of issues that we discussed. Building and maintaining effective mayor-council-mayor relationships, how to activate commercial vacancies, land use issues, strategies of growth and security, emergency preparedness, navigating Arizona's regulatory agencies, and much, much more. There were over 1,200 public officials, everybody from the governor to the mayors of all the substantial towns, Phoenix, Tempe, Chandler, Mesa, Tucson, all the way down to from Page to Nogales, and of course our Mayor Dickey was there. And she'll tell you about her experience. The thing that is such a wonderful thing about going to this, especially as somebody that hasn't been a politician my whole life, you're really with the superstars of our state government. Again, all the way from the government on down. It's kind of like, I think a young ball player in the minor leagues gets a chance to go to the Yankees for a week, hang out in the clubhouse and have them to give you pitching tips and hitting tips. And for 1 week, you just get to hang out with the pros. Or maybe if you're like a political junkie, you get to meet the founding fathers and go in a Wayback Machine and say, you know, what did you mean about the Second Amendment? Is it just for hunting rifles, or could I own a tank? What do you mean by the 10th Amendment? You know, how does it curtail the federal government and states' rights? And so it's just an exciting opportunity that we have once a year to tap the knowledge of all of our colleagues. How did you do this? How did you do that? It was just a wonderful experience, and so I really appreciate that. I also appreciate that Amanda and Bo manned our Fountain Hills booth, and that's the first time, I think, in 10 years, our showcase of towns was featured by Fountain Hills. So I was really proud of that. I hung around that booth a lot that night. And also, Coleman Pierce was a premium platinum sponsor. So thank you, Aaron, for being one of the sponsors of that event, because without sponsorship like Aaron's, these events just don't happen. The last thing that's happened in the last couple weeks is the lawsuit, Skillicorn versus Fountain Hills. Jenny Dickey, Brenda Kalavianakis, and the two councilwomen was dismissed. I'm pleased that the United States District Court Judge Dominic Lanza ordered that the plaintiff's motion for a preliminary injunction was denied. Judge Lanza issued this 20-page order with his explanation of why this was dismissed. The Fountain Hills Town Council, as a legislative body, has constitutional rights to censure individual council members. Such discipline and sanctions do not implicate the First Amendment. Also, censure by a town council member is government speech, which is exempt from First Amendment scrutiny. The plaintiffs allege that we violated their First Amendment Constitution and due process rights. That was held incorrect. The legislative immunity in this context is enjoyed by both state and local legislatures. They cited case law to provide that, and we are provided absolute immunity from these type of lawsuits. And so that was really good news. It was my first federal case being a defendant, and I'm really glad I won. So anyway, thank you, Ms. Mayor, and that's my report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Welcome, Fountain Hills, for another good evening. I do want to point out that September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. So the point is to shine a light on this devastating disease. And then also something that might affect men in this audience, and also people who might love men in this audience, is that September is also Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. And then a couple, very brief, there's a couple events coming up. One is of interest that I think that everyone should attend or just stop by. Saturday morning is the Peach Market. It's the 4th annual Peach Market that I think that everyone should stop by Saturday morning. And that concludes my report for tonight.
Thanks very much. Yes, we were at the League. It was great. The first thing I do when I go there is we have this resolutions committee, which is all the mayors, and I had given everybody up here the copies of what it was going to be to make sure it was okay for me to support them, and they were all supported unanimously by everybody there, and they had to do with local control, budgets, housing, security, and economic development. I did go to a bunch of sessions, like Brenda mentioned, so those were very informative. Town manager and I met with some of our utility partners that were there. They set up meetings with us. That was great, and economic development also. And Rachel was also there at the showcase for a little while. You know, we used to do a chocolate fountain, and they kind of carried over because we had Chocofin candy bars, but they were long gone by the time I got there. And I want to thank Bonehouse and Adero and Rico Pa because they provided raffle prizes, correct? That's great. I was reelected to the League Executive Committee, which was one of the last things that happened, so I'm honored to be able to represent Fountain Hills in that way. And speaking of, is somebody saying something? Sorry. I thought I heard somebody saying something. The representing members of the Mayor's Youth Council, who I think some are in the house tonight, also literally carried our banner for us at the opening part of the League. The CEO of the League, Tom Bell, she read words that were written by our outgoing Community Relations Director, Bo, who we did say farewell to yesterday. Bo had written for us, and it's always very short, but it's kind of neat. Rich with natural scenic beauty, safe neighborhoods, a thriving economy, and endless opportunities for civic engagement. Fountain Hills is the very definition of community. And yes, as Peggy said, Bo will be missed around here, for sure. So that was great. We do have one proclamation tonight, and it's Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. And I would like to ask Rachel, if you would come up, Rachel Putman, who's a survivor, and we will be presenting that. Rachel is a survivor. Whereas ovarian cancer is one of the most common forms of cancer among women, and it's estimated that 19,880 cases of ovarian cancer will be diagnosed in the U.S. this year. An estimated 12,810 women will lose their lives. Whereas there's no test or screening exam that can detect ovarian cancer in its early stages, and only 20% of all cases are found early. If the cancer is caught in stage 3 or higher, their survival rate can be as low as 30%. I'm glad you're here. Whereas Arizona has the 6th highest incident and mortality rates of ovarian cancer in the Southwest, with over 70% of its cases being diagnosed at late stage. And whereas doctors across the country are currently conducting clinical trials and researching ovarian cancer, but for the time being, awareness through education is the best tool for early detection and an increased chance of survival. Whereas the National Ovarian Cancer Coalition, Arizona, is organizing a statewide event in September to light up for ovarian cancer in an effort to promote awareness about the disease that whispers, to honor survivors and remember lives lost by participating. So therefore, I, Jenny Dickey, Mayor, do hereby proclaim September 2022 as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, and in Fountain Hills, we'll be light up our famous fountain in Teal on September 16th through the 18th to increase awareness in the community and honor those who are or have been affected by ovarian cancer.
So the lighting of the fountain's actually tonight through Sunday. So we got to catch it. But thank you, Mayor Dickey. You've been such a great support to me these last several years since I was diagnosed. And I think the thing that I want to just tell everyone is that this is my husband, Brandon, by the way. We were really blindsided by my diagnosis. There is no early detection test. I think I was living blissfully ignorant every year, getting my women's wellness exam, only to learn when I was diagnosed in June 2020 that I was already at stage 3. I had no signs or symptoms. I actually found the cancer because the prior month, in May 2020, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. So it took 2 surgeries and 4 months to diagnose my ovarian cancer, which is actually better than most people, because signs and symptoms are very similar to GI issues. And so most people get overlooked when they go to their primary cares or the emergency room or the urgent care. So it's really important that we know our bodies, that we recognize our bodies, that we do understand those signs and symptoms, albeit vague. And what's really interesting to learn is that I have a very rare type of ovarian cancer that disproportionately impacts younger women. It is persistence, it is recurrent, it has an 85% recurrent rate. So in 4 years, I have beaten the odds. And unfortunately, there is no FDA-approved treatment for my cancer. So we sit and we just hope and we just try to bring awareness to cities and towns across Arizona. I'm originally from New Jersey, so I was there visiting for 3 weeks and did my rounds there as well. And I think just bringing awareness to the community is critical, and understanding that the people in your lives, if you are aware of the signs and symptoms of ovarian cancer, know about it. It's important to just tell everyone. So I thank you for this proclamation, for being here tonight, and the mayor and the city. You guys are amazing, so thank you.
Thank you all very much. All right, next we do have a presentation today. It will be about our economic development fourth quarter update with Amanda.
Hello. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. So tonight I am presenting the fourth quarter report that is from April to June. And then as always, if there is something new, like hot off the press, I will add it in. Given the other hot topics on the agenda, I may try to go a bit quicker, but will read all of you if I'm going a little too fast. But before I get started, I do want to let the council know and the community that the Economic Development Department is fully staffed again, a mighty group of 2. And so just wanted to point out our new Economic Development Specialist, Caitlin Perez. And so Caitlin, if you want to stand up or wave. So some of our businesses have been getting calls, and one thing, she's only been here a month, but was collaborating with the Chamber, as well as some of our businesses, the River of Time, Night Sky Tourist, which is Vicki Dirksen, and thank you, Councilmember Skillicorn, for plugging in some of our events, but hot off the press is our new event guide. So stop by the lobby, pick it up, and again, support our businesses and all of the events that we'll be kicking off later this month with Ballet Under the Stars. Business attraction, our new openings is Elite Repeat and Peak Dermatology, Aesthetics and Wellness. Both of those businesses are within the downtown. One is in the business district, one is located in Plaza Fountainside. You can see one is volunteer-based, the other does have a solid 7 full-time employees. And coming soon, we'll continue until they're open, and we have a ribbon cutting, is our coffee roasters. So again, they have their permits. They're going at the pace that they would like. There's nothing that the town is doing that is prohibiting them. But always a question. Business retention and expansion, want to talk about relocations, remodels. So Guardian Training and Consulting is a consulting firm, personal training and safety. And so they've actually been within the town for like 6 to 7 years, but have decided to have a bricks and mortar and open a business on the avenue. So excited about that. And then the Comfort Inn met with the mayor and Manager Goodwin and I a few months ago to give us exciting news that they were rebranding to a Spark by Hilton. And so they've been making some significant remodeling and investments, and it's going to be exciting to have a Hilton brand. We had our Shop Local summer campaign from May 1st to July 31st. Come October, November, we'll have some more results, but partnered again with the Fountain Hills Chamber. Instead of doing printed ads, we did sticky notes. And again, the whole purpose is to raise awareness that Fountain Hills does not have a local property tax, and so we rely heavily on sales tax. And to keep our current businesses who've made an investment in our town, we need to shop local, folks. And then we, of course, partnered with Clayson Communications, which is a home-based business, Debbie Clayson, on a social media campaign. So again, we'll be evaluating the effectiveness year over year to see if we'll continue to do that or if we can invest in a different way. And then we just talked about the fall event guide. Apartment occupancy rate. So again, for 2.5 years, we've showed we're over 90%. But in full transparency, this is the first time Luna at Fountain Hills has gone below 90%. And so kind of the summer weighed in on that and talking to reps. And then, of course, if anybody's new watching or in the audience, Four Peaks Vista Condos usually remains at the 80% because it's not fully rent. So it's a combination of ownership and renting. Apartment pipeline, again, council liked this slide. We introduced it back in January when we were talking about the Four Peaks Plaza, and then just requested that I continue to show this. Part of it is to demonstrate, yes, on the books there's 324 units, but to show that none of this is happening overnight. So you can see several waiting and a couple of no applications have been submitted. So sometimes, again, if that clock runs out, it's up to the developer to either come back, come to council, get approval, or if they just decide, you know what, we're going to abandon this. Vacancy rate, existing buildings, again, for anybody is new or needs a refresher because they had fun over the summer. Some of you went out of the country, how fun. But if you look at the vacancy rate, fourth quarter CoStar, so that is a national firm where people will notify and market the vacancies that are in town. I have shared with council and community members, not everyone does that. Some folks just put out a sign in front of the property and your economic development staff has no idea. So we literally have to manually go out. So 2.5 years later, we're still trying to work on that. So the side that says fourth quarter staff is more realistic. Do you want to give a heads up? Again, not a mind reader, but the last couple of weeks, Caitlin and I have been out in the field and I'm noticing some more signs pop up. So you may see an increase next year on those numbers, again, for full transparency. Grant funding, AOT for this year, so fiscal year 25, so July 1 to June 30th of next year, we have received a slight bump for tourism marketing, over 76,000. Hot off the press last week, so last year, Fort McDowell Yavapai Nation did not provide any grant funding to Fountain Hills. And so this year, we were informed it's going to be a little over 16,000. 16,000 is bigger than a zero, so we'll take it. And so as staff, I have let them know I will be taking it and bringing it to council. And so this is something, there's no cost sharing. It's in a form of an IGA, intergovernmental agreement. And so as soon as I get that, we look at it internally, it will come to council for official approval. So same with Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Community. Last year we received 50,000 for our music fest. Very grateful for that. And then this weekend was informed we are receiving another 50,000. So super exciting. Again, no cost share. It's again to just advance our events and tourism marketing. Partnerships, again, just interest of time, have mentioned some of these partners. And again, economic development is a team sport, so we need all these partners to help us, again, advance economic development. And so appreciate everyone listed. Our Music Fest, again, by our award-winning Community Services Department, was held in April. We had 7,500 attendees. It was a slight decrease because of rain. We had another big mega event, NBA, something was happening at that time with Phoenix. And then for some reason, Glendale decided to have the Jonas Brothers. So a little hard to compete. But still 7,500 is not so shabby. And so with our Evolve PR, our marketing firm that again is paid through tourism grant funding, got some media coverage, 12 News, Fox 10. It's always wonderful to get Fountain Hills name out there. We're almost there, folks. So tourism, we continue to remain in the 60 percentile as far as occupancy. Again, with some of this new branding, we're hoping to start beefing up that. And again, Caitlin comes from Visit Mesa, and so happy to have her roll up her sleeves and bring some new perspective. Our social media continues to increase, so it was by 13.8. Our Fountain Live feed is our Earth Cam, was 153,000, excuse me. And then Experience Fountain Hills website, do not be alarmed. Every summer this happens, but there is a big decrease of 30%. And that's because the main things people are coming for are the events. In the summer, it's a bit toasty to be outside and have some of these events. And then just to continue, again, going down into Experience Fountain Hills website viewership. So on the left column, the top 5 Arizona cities and towns are listed there. Won't go through all of them. And then the top 5 national are listed. Again, what's nice is to look at this data to see if some of the tourism is matching and in alignment with who we're trying to attract for business attraction. And then through, of course, our Regional Economic Development Organization, the Greater Phoenix Economic Council, GPEC, that acronym. I feel like that was pretty fast for me. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? I just have one. The AOT, do you have to tell them, do you do like a specific request on and tell them what you're going to do with it, or is it basically you can use as needed?
So, Madam Mayor, first we have to say that we're wanting to apply. And so they'll look at all the municipalities that qualify and are a listed designated marketing organization, a DMO. And then we do, yes, it's very strict. We have to list what we're doing. We have to provide quotes and documentation. There's a thorough review from the state, and then they will approve or deny.
Oh, that's great. Because that was a good amount of money, so yeah, thank you.
You're
Any questions or comments? Thank you. We will
So
see you
easy.
later.
Thank you. I know. See you in a
You're up.
couple.
Next, we have our call to the public. Do we have cards?
Yes, we do, Mayor.
Thank you.
We have, the town received a total of 7. One was a written comment regarding stored materials, and the other 6 are requests to speak. And we will start out with Kim Waborski, followed by Barry Waborski.
I'm even worse at this when I'm first. I'm Kim Waborski, and I'm a resident of Fountain Hills. And so we moved here at the very end of 2019, so I'm still learning about our town. I learned today that when Vice Mayor Kathleen Nicola passed away from a boating accident, excuse me if I've mangled her name, in 2005, the conservative mayor, Wally Nichols, ignored politics and appointed Councilmember-elect Jenny Dickey to fill her remaining time. Just like Gail Earl, Jenny Dickey had received enough votes in the primary to be elected without running in the general election. I hope that Mayor Dickey will honor this precedent and choose Councilmember-elect Gail Earl to fill Councilmember Sharron Grzybowski's seat. And I'm a little out of turn here, but I wanted to thank Councilmember Grzybowski for your service and wish you well in your new spot. We can all see how many hours you put into this $400 a month job, and your new town will be lucky to have a new resident who's able and willing to contribute so much time to the community. I hope you can visit us and support the Fountain Hills Gun Show. I'm a little concerned that it might fold without your support. Thank you.
I'm just going to ask Aaron to please, just about the appointment thing, would he please read the state statute just so we know what we can and can't do going forward?
The state statute for appointments? Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. If you'll give me just one second, Mayor.
Okay, Barry, why don't you just go ahead and then we'll...
Wait for him, because it's on the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Could preempt me.
I found it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, Mayor and Council, just in case there are other speakers that intend to speak about the same subject, ARS 9235 makes it clear that it's the council that fills a vacancy. It's not a mayor appointment. The council always has to vote on filling a vacancy in council. There may be some confusion considering that the mayor does, with the recommendation of subcommittees of the council, make appointments to commissions and boards. That is not the case by state statute for council. So it says that the council shall fill a vacancy that may occur by appointment within a reasonable time.
Then I'm Barry Waborski, and I'm a resident of Fountain Hills, and that makes my talk a lot shorter. Even though Councilman Grzybowski and I have disagreed a lot on many issues, I'll miss her on the council. She brought a spark and a liveliness to the proceedings, which I appreciated. I especially liked her trying to persuade the stellar students to stay for the meetings. Luck on your future plans for you and your family.
All right, next up we have Crystal Kavanaugh, followed by Cindy Couture.
Good evening, Crystal Kavanaugh, resident. Regarding the inappropriate turn the August Canvass the Vote meeting and farewell to Town Clerk Mendenhall took when Councilwoman McMahon abruptly threw Friedel, Toth, and Skillicorn under the proverbial bus by calling them out by name with regards to their previous resolution vote, and then moved on to inaccurately call the Reclaim Our Town lawsuit frivolous, and the reason the town clerk quit and moved to Texas. My only comments are, one, to remind the public that 4 of you on this council actually put sanctions on Skelecorn after he called out Kalavianakis with a legitimate question that later proved true from her personal email. Number 2, the lawsuit judge did not deem the Reclaim Our Town lawsuit frivolous, but found there was cause, which is why it then moved along further in the system. And 3, there's the obvious consideration that the town clerk may have simply taken a better paying job elsewhere, and believe it or not, I had a friendly relationship with her until the very end, despite that mistake. But more importantly, I do want to point out, I agree that the only logical replacement for the outgoing councilwoman would be the one and only candidate who was actually elected outright by the people in the recent election. Councilwoman-elect Gail Earl should be sworn in to finish Councilwoman Grzybowski's term that ends in December. Hopefully, when the time comes, this council will respect the people's choice and unanimously decide that Gail Earl should finish that term and then begin her own. Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 more. First up will be Susan Dempster, followed by Jean Schletta. Oh, I'm sorry. Just trying to speed it along.
I'm good, whatever. Okay, hi, I'm Cindy Couture, and I'll make this quick. I attend council meetings, all of them, or watch them on TV. You guys are famous. And I just want to thank Sharron Grzybowski for an incredible time. Sharron, you always cut through the crap. You're common sense. You stand up for business and for people, and we're sure going to miss you here in town. Sorry you're going.
Okay, we'll start over. Okay, next up we have Susan Dempster, and again, as I mentioned earlier, followed by Jean Schletta.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. Susan Dempster, 18-year resident of Fountain Hills. I'm speaking once again about the application from the town seeking a permit to pump water at the Panorama Drive. Several of the Morningside residents received a letter very quickly, which we appreciate, after the executive session and my request for more information at the call to public at the August 20th meeting. We feel, though, there were some statements in the letter that we didn't agree with and some new information that we're still learning at this juncture. So it would make sense to us to have a meeting to discuss the facts about this and to sit down instead of having this back and forth and learning new information, and it's very frustrating. So we also want to state that the Arizona Department of Water, and I quote, urges both parties to make a sincere effort at resolving the protest. It is requested that both parties attempt to negotiate resolution of the issues, end quote. So I think that we should follow that. We also want to point out that water trucks are filling up at the pump back station and delivering water to construction sites. Yesterday morning and this morning, a truck filled up with water at the pump site and brought it to the sidewalk construction project on Saguaro just past Grande Avenue. So not knowing the makeup of this water, if it is contaminated or if it's reclaimed water, should it be being brought to construction sites and the sidewalk project? I mean, we need to know the source of this water. I think it's very simple. We also would like to confirm that the pump back system is not the same as what was installed in the 80s. We believe that the previous system was exclusive to capture the basin seepage, and once it reached a predetermined level in the basin, then it was pumped back into the lake. We believe that this new design appears to capture water from a deeper location, hence potentially being groundwater or spring water. We were informed today that the letter is being revised and resent via email, so we appreciate, again, any new information. But we respectfully request a meeting, and we want the sanitary district there because this involves them and the water that is produced from there. Staff, whoever's appropriate, it would be great to have a representative from the Arizona Department of Water. But please, let's sit down and come to a resolution and talk about all the facts, get all the facts on the table. There's just too much. We can't do this with a letter here and then a revised letter. And I thank you for your time. And I will miss you, Sharron, but I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Eugene Sletta.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is Gene Selecta, 29-year resident, and I'm saddened, as probably many of us are, that we're losing you, Sharron. Everybody knows what a wonderful job you've done up here on the dais. You can hear the several people that had already spoken. I was saddened to hear that you're leaving this quickly and that you're leaving the state, but I certainly wish you the best of luck. And a question for you, can you change your mind? No. The other item, okay, okay. The other thing is, I was shocked when I found out that the grant for the electric vehicle high-speed charging was not approved. It's shameful for those council members that voted against it. Everybody needs to know, both on it's watching on TV or in the audience here. There was a $100,000 grant, not a penny coming out of the town's coffers. And it was a study that allowed us to look at the viability of high-speed electric vehicle chargers. And that can be useful not only for travelers passing through town, but for residents if you live in an apartment building, or for employees that live in Mesa or other communities. Yet this council turned it down because of 3 council members that chose not to vote in the best interest of this town. Thank you.
Councilman Friedell's just going to ask what he, like a
Following up
follow-up.
on Susan Dempster's request for some kind of a meeting, can we look into that? I think there's so much misinformation floating about. If we could do that, that would be, I think that would be productive for everybody. Thank you.
All right, are we all done?
Yes, we are.
All right, thank you very much. Our next item is our consent agenda. I think there's only one thing on there, so could I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Toth.
Aye.
Councilmember Friedel. Aye. Councilmember Skillicorn. Yes. Councilmember Grzybowski.
Aye.
Councilmember McMahon.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Calavianakis.
Aye.
Mayor Dickey.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Our first regular agenda item is an appointment of a youth commissioner to the Community Services Advisory Commission. So we are, one of our subcommittees met, and they have recommended for us to appoint Sharron Noth as youth commissioner for the Community Services Advisory Commission. Can I get a motion, please?
So move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Friedel.
Aye.
Councilmember Skillicorn.
Yes.
Councilmember Grzybowski.
Aye.
Councilmember McMahon.
Aye.
Councilmember Toth.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Calavianakis.
Aye.
Mayor Dickey.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Are you here? Thank you. Thank you for wanting to serve. Thanks a lot. And thank you to the committee for your recommendation. Appreciate it. Our next item is adopting the resolution to approve our downtown strategy. So Amanda, you are up.
I'm back. And I can't promise I'll be as fast as the last time, but I will certainly try. Well, first, on behalf of staff, we're extremely excited to be presenting the downtown strategy. I would try to list all names, but I'll always forget. But there is someone I want to point out, but want to thank our Community Relations Department. Yes, Bo has left us. We put him through the ringer because of this. No, I'm kidding. Our Community Services Department, our Finance Department, especially our Development Services Department. And I also want to point out we had an ASU intern who is a Fountain Hills resident who lives in our downtown, Bradley, helping us navigate this. So Bradley, a little wave. So thanks to Bradley. I'm like, Bradley, we didn't scare you off. And he's like, no. He's like, I'm so excited to see what council does. Oh, the pressure's on. So to give a little background, the downtown strategy has not been updated since 2009. Last year, council unanimously approved the economic development strategy. Thank you. One of the implementation strategies was to update the downtown strategy. November of last year, you had your first council retreat and workshop, and we asked council for your support, and of course to save a little money, for it to be a staff-driven process, and we received your support. So again, we appreciate that. And then I do want you to know my colleagues thought I was a little crazy because I told council we're going to start in January and that we would be presenting to council in September. And then they're like, okay, we did it. So again, extremely excited. Want to show, someone had asked, will we be comparing all of the downtown plan from 2009 to what we're presenting? No, we're just going to show this map. So if you look at some of the dashed edges of the boundary where it expands to Bashes, to Pillar, up to Westby, we did remove that in the next slide that I'm about to show. And then we also removed most of Fountain Park and just included the frontage. And part of that is back in 2009, there was a vision that there would be some commercial and mixed use on the park. And since then, as you know, whether we like it or not, it's become event central. And then just with staff expertise, just feel like we needed to take that off. And again, when you shrink the footprint, it shrinks the dollar amount. So again, here is then that new downtown plan. And then also you'll see with the Avenue District, in the previous plan, it went all the way up to Palisades. We did shrink that Avenue footprint. We have some vacancies there as far as vacant raw land. The Fountain Hills Chamber of Commerce is there. So wanting to grow a little bit of the business district. Our public outreach, we had 6 focus group meetings with residents and businesses. And a lot of that really was focused on the folks who are doing the daily grind and living within the downtown. And so again, as residents and business owners, we conducted 4 electronic surveys. And again, Bradley was a tremendous help going through all that data and comments. And then, of course, we had a very successful, majority of you attended our May public open house and received a lot of feedback. And so from that, we've come up with 4 focus areas. It's land use, infrastructure, economic vitality, public spaces, and placemaking. And as I start to get into this, just want to sort of set the tone for council, the public, again, who is here, and in the audience. We want to keep our conversations very high level. Think of this like a strategic plan. We're not going to come to you with a 5 to 10 year plan and have all of it implemented. About 80 to 90% of this will be coming back to council, either in the way of updated policy. Some of it will be going through the Planning and Zoning Commission, or it could be coming to you through a budget request. So we just invite council and the public who may be speaking to just view some of that through that lens. And so again, we'll try to provide some high-level detail on each of the bullet points, but again, we're wanting to keep it very high level. And I'll also be trying to do my best to identify if it is purely public policy or if, again, later on, come December, we'll get to that towards the end, we'll have some type of budgetary impact. So with that, land use, I'm going to combine allowed sidewalk cafes and active front patio usage. So if you view the image before you, what we're wanting to do as staff, again, just hearing from our residents and business community, is we're wanting to expand our sidewalks from about 5 feet to 10 feet. And so you guys know I don't like to call out people, but to give a visualization, if we think of down the street, Papayas. If you didn't know or haven't been there, I advise you to do so. But they have a couple of tables and chairs that each day and night that they're open, they have to bring inside their business. And there's not really that capability to add some of these cafes or the experiential experience. And so we're wanting to expand that to allow that. And part of that is business retention and business attraction to try to get more restaurants that they're going to have that space and not impede into the right-of-way and, of course, ADA access. We're wanting to activate some of the first floor use. We'll get to that too under economic vitality. But what we heard again from the public is, you know what, there's a lot of office, more like space on the avenue, and we feel like that is the downtown heartbeat, even though again, we want to consider Verde River and Parkview. And so wanting to see more restaurants, retail, again, selfishly, not having a property tax that does bring in sales tax. They want to see some live entertainment, and so got a lot of ideas about that. We're also wanting to improve maintenance of vacant properties and perhaps be a little bit stricter. So again, I won't apologize for being honest, but if I'm too honest, again, when I first started just driving through the downtown and going through Parkview, again, as an economic developer, I have to think from the lens of if I am bringing a developer, if there's someone knocking on my door wanting to come here, seeing some of the weeds and it not being kept very well, our marketing, our branding, our demographics, it does not appear that we're an affluent community. So again, I'm not going to apologize for being honest, but again, if it's too honest, I apologize. But some of that really needs to be cleaned up. And actually, some of the businesses on Parkview said, you know, what can the town do to clean up, to make sure we're driving people to our businesses? We're wanting to amend the ordinance to allow up to 12 dwelling units by right on the upper floors. Right now in our code, it allows 8. If it goes more, it triggers a different path. And so it's a special use requirement that will go through planning and zoning. And then it also goes through council. And so wanting to consider upping that a little bit. So again, it's saving some time. Time is money. We want to develop some design guidelines. Again, hearing from community members, some of the words that they used is in the downtown. We're not sure where we are, like in the downtown. Some of the buildings are a bit hodgepodge. So can we do something in the middle? Not be too restrictive, but not be too perhaps loosey-goosey. All of those are policy and is staff time. This next one, to establish a facade improvement program, that will cost some money to do a little bit of a facelift. But again, we would come back to the council with policy. And so to council, as we're going through this, I think, Mayor, you were gonna wait to take any questions, perhaps until after public comment, but just start making comments. If there's something you want us to remove and you don't want us to ever bring back, think of that. We will remove it. If there's something you feel like we missed, please also think of that. Next, infrastructure. We're wanting to implement some streetscape improvements. And so some have asked, well, what exactly does that mean? So again, if you look at this image, that is adding lighting, trees, more street furniture. Thanks to this council and our previous manager, Tama, the Avenue Merchant Association, when I first started, like, Amanda, we need more trash cans. There's not trash cans on our side. And so we actually walked it. They're like, we need more benches. So again, looking to see what else we need to do. Creating small, unique gathering places, again, to just, if people are going into a restaurant, staying a little while. Improving the pedestrian connectivity between downtown and Fountain Park. And so we don't have a final solution for that. But again, it's been asked by residents. And also from a staff perspective, if we are asking this current council and future councils to try to add more mixed use, to add more events, to add major employers within our business district, we're increasing the population, and so we need to start being forward thinking. So within 2, 3, maybe 5 years, are we seeing that population increase? And can people, pedestrians, again, not necessarily the movement of traffic, are they getting safely to our world famous fountain? We are wanting to evaluate the options for the improved event parking as advised by the downtown parking analysis. So staff has already been working on that, and hopefully within a couple of months, we'll be giving an update to council. And then we want to continue to partner with Plat 208. So Director Wesley and I, for over a year, quarterly have been meeting with 2 folks serving as liaisons to Plat 208 to just make sure, again, they have a big footprint within our downtown that we're working together. And so we've talked about redeveloping some of the pocket parks. If folks aren't really familiar, it is along our avenue next to the Thai restaurant and Sofritas. There's a little bit of landscape, maybe a bench here and there. And so what can we do to improve and again, activate that for residents and the businesses? And then restrooms, so again, full transparency, I'm probably the last person that would want to include restrooms since we talked about it for over a year. But we only had one person, which I found shocking because I didn't want to lead any witnesses, but during the workshop say, Amanda, there's no public restrooms. And I'm like, you were the first one to mention it. And so I do want council to consider keeping this in. Because out of sight, out of mind. So if it's in the plan, we continue to look at it, that if there's an opportunity for a public-private partnership, that we take advantage of that. So full transparency. But yeah, I'm so over talking about restrooms. All right, economic vitality, flexible zoning uses within the business district. So the council that have been with me from the beginning, and then our current council, you've heard from me that the zoning is a little bit too restrictive within our business district. And so there have been opportunities that we've had to pass up through business leads, through the Greater Phoenix Economic Council for, again, some clean industry, bioscience. It's my job, and of course, Director Wesley, to ask questions on intensity. So is there more office? Is there a clean room? And so if they're like, Amanda, it's about 50, 75% clean room, there's no industrial within the business district, and sometimes people get scared that there's big moving trucks. No, we're lighter, clean industry. We need to update our business district respectfully. And I've been wanting to do that since we started. And if you guys approve this, we'll be rocking and rolling as soon as you approve it. Back to land use, and again, economic vitality is we're wanting, again, specifically within the Avenue District, look at the business district because Parkview falls under that. But looking again at an overlay district, an entertainment district. So everybody that is here today are, of course, grandfathered in. But if someone does leave, that we are working with the property owner and the broker to ensure we're getting retail, restaurant, or something under the entertainment category. And then what we're wanting council to consider is allowing temporary uses on vacant properties. And so if you look again at that image, so if there's some vacant property that's commercial, or it is residential and people have been sitting on for years. Since I've been here, there's quite a bit of property on the avenue off of Verde River that can we, again, loosen up, allow some temporary uses. So again, there's some pop-up. It could be live entertainment. It could be food trucks. Again, rolling up our sleeves, talking with the business owners. And so some of it is, again, instead of it just being vacant property, it's activating it. It perhaps gives the developer an opportunity to think outside the box if they were so stuck in thinking, oh no, such and such restaurant won't come, that then it's giving them the opportunity to try it out. Programming within the Avenue Lanier Park. Again, we heard that from residents and specifically the folks at Park Place, is they're like, I made sure that I got a view of the avenue, a balcony, and they're like, 9 out of 10 times, Amanda, there's nothing happening. And so can we activate that area? And so they've talked about, painting the fountain, yoga in the park. And so again, potentially looking at that. And depending on what happens, that is something, there's a flyer, something, that could have either a staff or programming impact. We heard from Parkview that they would like to see us to expand our event footprint. Some of that right now, you guys all like to tell me about the chicken and an egg and economic development. Sometimes we don't know what comes first. But part of it is why we can't is because some of the infrastructure is not in place. So sidewalks, lighting, we need to make sure if, again, we're going to activate and expand areas that we're making it safe. We want to continue to partner with the Avenue Merchant Association. Come January, it will be official 2 years. But as most of you know, Jim with Classy Jazzy, I think gave me a month. My feet weren't completely wet. And he's like, Amanda, I need to talk to you. And he had a list, not just the front page, but the back of the page. I can hear him giggling. And he's like, I want to do this. I'm like, okay, could you give me a couple weeks and we'll help make this work. And of course called Betsy with the chamber, and I'm like, come on, let's activate this. And so I attended a meeting yesterday, and there's lots of new faces, and so very exciting. And then also want to continue the downtown promotion and marketing. So again, this council last year authorized 5,000. I asked to bump it up 5,000 more to 10,000. And so not just this year to focus on the avenue, but the entire downtown. To have some branding, again, promoting the activities that are going on, not just to Fountain Hills residents, but to look regionally to Scottsdale to say, hey, if you like arts and culture, come to Fountain Hills. We are not that far away. All right, I think we have 2 more slides. We're almost there. Public spaces and placemaking. So again, arts has been a big conversation. Again, this council last year authorized in the downtown fund $25,000 of an ongoing expense for utility boxes. It has been extremely popular. We went out with David Janover, Caitlin, and I to look at the next 6 boxes, spoke with one of the property owners and one of our top employers off of Palisades, and he was ecstatic. And he's like, anything else I can do to help? That then last year we had 3 existing businesses say, hey, if I give you one of my walls, can you put a mural? And I'm like, we will consider it. And some of them are like, we're going to cost share. But I'm like, we need to figure out a policy for that. And then a couple months ago, not to put Councilmember Friedel on the spot, but we visited one of our newer businesses, Mindful Barbell, and he was so excited, he's only been here a couple of years, relocated from LA, that he contacted one of the artists we used and has a beautiful mural inside his walls and is considering doing another one. So again, arts is part of economic development. And we're wanting to look at modifying our public art policy, the percentage program. And so we talked about this last year. This is also an overlap with the economic development strategy. Traditionally with new building is folks have the idea of let's do a sculpture. We may have enough sculptures in Fountain Hills, so can we think outside the box? And again, Is it a mural? Is it performing arts? So again, we're known as an arts community. Let's elevate it a little bit. Signage. So again, thank you, council. So folks have been wanting wayfinding signage. I was beating the horse too of, we need to do this. And so council gave a limit, went from 750,000 to 500,000 over 2 fiscal years. And so again, it looks like we're going to be able to do that because our staff is amazing. You gave us the direction and we try to negotiate. We're wanting to look at, again, from our businesses, entryway and monument signs, so entering in to the various districts, either from Saguaro, from Avenue of the Fountains, Parkview, that will have a budget in future latter years, of course, but looking at an overall sign package. It's also been a couple of years since we updated the Avenue banners. So right now, that is the only district that actually has poles for banners. And so wanting to refresh that and work with our businesses, and then of course our staff, several departments work together to install the banners of just that frequency. And again, come back to council to see if we need to increase budget opportunity for that. We've also received inquiries to have more pedestrian-oriented signage. So again, you know, this way is shopping, this way is retail, and so we'll investigate that. And then expanding temporary signage during events. We have some of that in place. Some of it is just going to be education. And when I first started, I was able to attend the big Festival of Fine Arts and Crafts. And then you'd be surprised if there's visitors coming in just once or twice a year, they were pointing this way. Is this way the fountain? Nope, that way. Or, okay, I know Phil's is somewhere around here. Tell me where Phil's is. And so we're acting and navigating, and so working with our event organizers to see if we can add additional signage. So mayor and council staff does recommend approval. Again, what was nice in having the public feedback and why we're able to get here from January to September was we were pretty much in alignment. There was no surprises during conversations. And again, if it's not approved, we remain status quo. And so really wanting to improve the economic vitality of the town. So next steps, again, if you guys do approve this tonight, we will start working on policy changes and then hope to bring that to you come January of 2025. I'm like, what year are we in? And that's going to include, we feel like the main priority is the entertainment district and the business district. We have to. Then, if again, you guys approve it, from now up until December is we will be rolling up our sleeves and showing you, is this a 5-year? Is it a 7-year? Is it a 10-year budget process? So again, I've told Vice Mayor Calavianakis, I will not come to you and ask for 20 million. She's nodding her head, yes, I will not do that. But to show you, again, what that looks like. We will also, like last November with the economic development strategy, show you our implementation strategy for some of these policy changes that, again, may not necessarily have a budget impact, but again, just so you can see how we're tracking the latter years. And then again, full transparency, I was able in July to meet with majority of the council, and it was a bit split of, do we try to do some of that today? But we didn't do it with the economic development strategy. I didn't want to rush and give you some fake numbers, because I did that with some of you, and you're like, what? I'm like, oh, no, I made up some of those numbers. Don't go too far ahead. But also come December, we will have some new council members, and so we think too, just being fair, that how are we moving forward come fiscal year 25 and the latter years. And with that, this does say questions. Madam Mayor, I think you want me to hold the questions. You're going to open up for public comment, and then I will come back up and we'll answer questions. And the team is here and ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, we do. The town received a total of 13 speaker cards. 10 were written comments for the agenda item, and then we have 3 requesting to speak. So first up to speak will be Jim, I think it's Bordamus. Not for sure, I'm so sorry if I mispronounced it. Bordamus, that's what I wanted to go with first, darn it. And then followed by Jim will be Bradley McNish, and then last, Betsy Lavoy.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, town staff. My name's Jim Bordamus. I'm a resident of Fountain Hills for 20 years now. My wife and I operate 4 businesses on the avenue, and I'm chairperson of TAMA, the Avenue Merchants Association. I'm here to support the proposed downtown strategy led by our Director of Economic Development, Amanda. Our town has approximately 25,000 residents, but aside from events, our daily downtown foot traffic at any time is typically in the hundreds when it really should be in the thousands. Hundreds means we will see maybe 5 to 10 people a day foot traffic. That's weak. That's really weak. So we can do better, and we need to do better. We have a beautiful town, wonderful parks, and art attractions. It provides a nice quality of life, but it's simply not enough to substantially grow a local economy and build opportunity. Supporting business has an enormous positive impact on the financial health of our town. Merchants not only generate sales tax revenue, but we employ people who also spend money. We purchase local goods and services, we advertise, and we support charities. Many of us have reinvested in in remodeling. These multiple sources of revenue and economic benefit for the public. I'd say financial prudence suggests investment is needed to grow and sustain business. I would ask everybody, how much commerce might we recapture from Scottsdale and competing markets with a more robust downtown? Perhaps generating more revenue to fix more roads, right? It's time to move forward on the proposed strategy initiatives. Let's give our residents and visitors a better downtown experience. It's not enough to just say shop local. We need our 25,000 residents to prefer local. Thank you very much for all you guys do, your service and your support. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thank you for having me, and thank you, Amanda, for the warm acknowledgements. Yes, I was able to help intern during this project during the downtown strategy, but I am as well a resident of 5 years now, and I do love this town very much, and that was part of the reasons why I really wanted to work on this downtown strategy, because it's not just a strategy, it's an investment in the environment, it's an investment in the community, it's an investment in the people. I don't have much to say. I wasn't really planning on speaking, but I felt like it was right for me to speak. But I do know there's a lot of potential in this town, and I know there is so much room for growth. And I believe that this strategy that I have seen the town work on hard and hard for the people is a perfect embodiment of that. Thank you.
Good evening, Betsy Lavoy, longtime resident of Fountain Hills, Chamber of Commerce CEO, board member and treasurer of Plat 208, member of TAMA, participant in every focus group for this downtown strategy, participant in every parking study for the downtown. I just want to share that we are in favor of the downtown strategy. We hope that the council is too. The Chamber of Commerce is the largest business advocacy group in Fountain Hills, as you all know, and this is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Council, questions for Amanda or comments? Councilman?
One comment, kind of a question. You mentioned trees for the downtown area.
Correct.
When you look to put those trees in there, we have several dead trees out at the dog park in town. Maybe we can do a package deal and get a better price on our trees and accomplish two things at one time. I just thought I would throw that out there. But I do have a couple of other questions. You mentioned temporary use of vacant property in town. Have we been in touch with any of those owners of those properties yet? And is there any potential liability for us using those properties?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedel. So first, again, we wanted to bring this to council. Again, that chicken and egg, not circumvent or get anybody excited if there's not support. So if there is support, then yes, the next thing we would do is talk to some of the property owners to see if they're interested. And those folks, other businesses, would help draft that policy. And of course, with any policy, it goes through Aaron and his office just to make sure there's no liability. But part of in allowing this use, so some folks think, okay, are we as a town activating it from an economic development perspective? No, I would look to invite the property owner to take that on. That what council has possibly done in the future is to relax that, add that temporary use, but look to the developer. And then, of course, always be open if there is some type of public-private partnership, but would lead with, we're giving you this opportunity, can you take advantage?
So I'm assuming that this is going to fly, and that's why I asked that question. You mentioned updating the business district. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you're looking for, or is that something for a future agenda item that we need to discuss?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedel, again, that will come later, but right now there's no, for example, when I used the bioscience and some of the things that we're having to pass up, is there's no industrial use allowed within the business district. And so when we're talking optics or bioscience industries, it automatically, they don't qualify, and I can't put folks in that place. Anywhere in there and fill those vacancies. And I've shared with all of you and the public, because there's been interest from the community, some of the council members more privately, if there is this opportunity to change it, I don't want to put someone in there that we may not necessarily want in there. So I've been kind of holding out. But with something like this, we would draft it, again, in collaboration with businesses, residents, the property owner. It would go through the Planning and Zoning Commission and then come before this body for approval and consideration.
So I also noticed that there's been a lot of work in recent weeks cleaning up vacant lots in the downtown area, especially off of Parkview and surrounding areas. Is the town involved in that, or is that strictly the landowners?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedel, I'm going to defer that to Director Wesley. I'm going to phone a friend to just see if zoning, our code enforcement officers are assisting with that.
Mayor, Councilmember Friedel, we may have had a little bit, if we've seen a particular concern, we notify the Plateau 8 Scott over there, but no, we've had no concerted effort to doing that. I think that really has been mostly the property owners.
Okay, thank you. So Amanda, you also mentioned people finding direction, like questioning where would Phil's be and that kind of thing. At one point, we were talking about kiosks. Is that a dead issue, or are we still? Is that still something in the works? So if somebody could say, you know what a kiosk is. You are here, and then it's got a map of where certain establishments are. Is that something we're still looking at, or is that a dead issue?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedel, so the Fountain Hills Chamber of Commerce was leading that effort and trying to secure grant funding. After multiple attempts and then talking to TAMA, the Avenue Merchant Association, they asked it to actually be DOA, dead on arrival. They feel like there's other priorities and respect that you have to balance all the needs. And so thinking the wayfinding signage and then to get that entryway signage, that was more important than a kiosk. And then just my professional experience from a different community is sometimes, again, the kiosks are very nice, but when it comes to digital, oftentimes you'll walk by and it's a black screen. And so who's constantly monitoring it? So it's dead.
One last question. I would be in favor of modifying the art policy to include murals, landscaping art, and also rock art. I think that would be something that's natural out here, and it would enhance our downtown and other areas as well. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. More of a comment than, I don't really need a response because I think you know the answer. But I noticed we talked a little bit about the light manufacturing. One thing I make a note is that retail typically adds sales tax revenue, where manufacturing would not have that component. So I think we want that if it fits into the overall perspective of walkability, or it's going to be a draw for foot traffic, that's a good thing. You know, let's say they have many employees, things like that, then it fits into that niche. But if it doesn't have foot traffic, it doesn't provide sales tax revenue, maybe it's not the right fit. So I know we'll tread lightly there, and I'm sure that planning and zoning will do that perfect. But I just want to make that a note of that, and I want to make a motion to approve.
Second.
I just wanted to comment that I've had the opportunity to sit in on a number of calls with the National League of Cities and heard from various cities and towns throughout the country that have done a pop-up, whatever, food truck day or beer and food truck or, whatever. And they've had so much success doing this that quite often the landowner realizes this is a niche that we're missing in town that nobody thought of before because of the creativity behind the pop-up. So not only is it great for a one weekend or a one day kind of event, but it's also a good learning experience for the town that, this kind of thing really fits, or maybe this isn't the best kind of fit. So I think it's brilliant, and I'm really glad that you're talking about doing that. Thank you.
Well, ditto. I know of a few different areas that will do like little pop-up projector movies, and as a special occasion, the businesses will stay open later for those. Food truck days, any of that, those temporary uses of those vacant lots as event space is hopefully going to be very beneficial for the town. So I'm very excited about that. This plan is fantastic. We're finally getting somewhere on doing something for our down, not that we haven't done anything, but really having a strategy for how we're going forward with this downtown. I think that this is so important. As it was said by our intern, and thank you for speaking tonight, this town has so much potential to be a destination that people talk about. We have so much art, we have so much talent, we have so many wonderful events and wonderful businesses on the avenue. And I can't wait to see where this leads us. And hopefully 15 years from now, we all look back and say, wow, this downtown is really special now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Yeah, just a couple questions for you. Ditto about your assistant. He's a very impressive young man. You're lucky to have him. Yeah, regarding the vacant lots, I think that's a really good idea to utilize those. For the people that own them, they can be a moneymaker. It will improve the lots because they'll be trying to attract people, and so it'll make the downtown look much more, like you said, affluent, much more better. So I think that's an excellent idea. You mentioned design and the facade improvement program. Can you drill down a little more on that and tell us what you mean?
So with some, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Kalavianakis, some cities and towns will have design standards. And so there is an architectural review that again will go through a commission such as a planning zoning commission or a separate design review. And so it's meeting architectural features. It could be color that they need to meet in that guideline. So when I started with my previous town, I'll say we were very strict. Everything, I think I told the mayor this was copper patina, and the businesses were like, Amanda, we've got to do something. We have to change this. So somewhere in the middle is, again, can we have some criteria that everyone's following, and then they know they're within the downtown. And again, we would get to that deeper. Again, if there's an overall consensus to move forward, again, staff would work on this and bring this back to this body. And then with the facade improvement program, usually you'll look to a business that's not brand new, but someone that's older. So if there's a building that was built in the 70s and 80s, and approach them to look at the building frontage and how can that be modified. And then with a facade improvement program, they may come to the town, and there's some type of cost share. You know, if you put in 50, we'll give you 50, or some type of dollar amount. Again, we have to work through some of that, and then of course through our attorney's office to make sure we're not violating any gift clauses. But again, a lot of the downtowns, I know Queen Creek just had a facade improvement program. It's now ended, and so we need to ask them sort of the why. Did you run out of money? And then in Mesa, they used ARPA funding and provided $4 million for their downtown. And so again, to activate and really give a facelift to some of those older businesses, and again, to drive that economic development and vitality. So to retain some of those businesses, drive more people in. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, I just, I guess the caveat and the thing that I worry about is the more you regulate something, the less you get of it. And so if we impose another layer of regulations on people that want to open up businesses, could that actually discourage those businesses from opening here? If we overregulate the facades and the design, it would actually discourage people from going there. So that's one of the things I'd like to warn you about. And then the other thing is with a lot of the matching funds from state or localities, you find that fraught with a lot of fraud and with unscrupulous business owners grabbing your money and then not doing the improvements. So I'm a little cautious about handing taxpayer money out to help certain businesses. And of course, then we're going to be picking winners and losers. You know, which businesses qualify, and then the rest of the business owners are going to be like, well, what about me? You know, I could use improvements. How come I'm not getting it because I'm not in the downtown? And so there's that fairness argument that, again, we have to be very cautious of, because I hate it when government starts picking winners and losers. It's a bad luck. The other thing I'd like to discuss is, you know, we've discussed extensively the Avenue of the Fountains improvements and the costs associated with that, and it's going to be substantial. When you throw Park Place or Park View in the mix, I think it could be an overreach for this council. I think that this might be like a 5 years down the road. If we want to improve the Avenue of the Fountains and do some of the ideas that we've discussed, we can't overextend ourselves financially. You know, the sidewalks that you're proposing, the lighting, all those things are very expensive. And so if we spread it out too thin, we'll have a lot of mediocre and not anything great. Like Mr. Bodemus said, you know, he said, I want this to be a great downtown. I want it to be a vibrant downtown. I want to get, instead of hundreds of people, I want to get thousands of people. Well, the way you do that is you pick one designated area and you make it pop. And so, again, you know, we looked at the map earlier and all the parts of the town, downtown improvement that we want to fix. But I'm thinking maybe we should just do one section right, and then in future councils, we expand from the jewel, which will be the Avenue of the Fountains. You also mentioned restrooms. Again, this is kind of like beating a dead horse, because we've been talking about this for years now. And if you have any epiphanies on this subject, or are we still back to, like when we talk about a public-private partnership, it usually is associated with Park Place, more P's, more alliteration. You know, Park Place doesn't even have the funding to be built yet, and so we're looking at years down the road. Other than that, we were talking about eminent domain, we were talking about all this kind of stuff. Again, this might be something that we back burner the restrooms for now, because I just don't see the practical way we're going to do it based on all the previous meetings we've had. The murals, if businesses want to have murals inside their building, you know, God bless them, that's great. On the utility boxes, looks kind of neat, but I would be really against doing it on the outside walls of the businesses. Again, we talk about an affluent community. We talk about Fountain Hills. It's got a certain panache. And then if we do all these crazy murals, I just think it's going to devalue the property. It'll devalue the whole town. I don't like that idea. But, you know, if people want to do it inside their buildings, whatever. And then the last thing is the entryway and monument signs. Now, would this be for commercial businesses or for like apartment buildings, or what did you envision with that?
So Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Calavianakis, so that would be looking at, can we add this in some of the town-owned right-of-way? So again, thinking of if you're entering into the avenue, again, we're gonna have to look at price and see, you know, on each corner, do you have Ave district? Like you're coming into the Ave district. If you're coming from Saguaro, do you have a cool pop-up entryway sign that says downtown FH? So that's what we're envisioning. And again, if there's that overall support, we'll roll up our sleeves, see where the priority is, and present that in December for council's consideration.
Okay, so it wouldn't be to put monuments for retail or commercial interest, it would be to promote the town?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
I like monument signs, I think that's a good idea.
Thank you. Thank you.
I figure hopefully we can just go ahead and vote, but I'll keep this short. This is a bird's eye view overall plan. It's not all going to fit within our council term. It might be several councils. That's why I said 10, 15 years from now, we might look back and be really proud of this strategy. Any of the weeds here that gets worked out as we approve these changes in policies, but I don't think that I don't think that removing an area from downtown because it might not be as good as Avenue of the Fountains is the answer. If we leave it as is, Park Place is, you know, let's be honest with ourselves, it needs a little love. And we will be starting with Avenue of the Fountains. But I said Park Place, I meant Parkview. Sorry, everybody.
I knew what you meant.
No, not what I meant. Parkview needs a little love. And it's an extremely wide street. It's very empty. It doesn't look like an area you want to walk around and shop. It looks like an area you stop at for the one place you're going to and then you leave. And that's kind of what it is right now. I know I said I'd keep this short, but I think the answer of we might not do it the way I want it, so let's just do nothing is not really the way to go here.
Just two things, the vacant lots, that I think that's great. And when the first time you brought them up, you said that, you know, the town would do something about it, but I'm assuming that means we would have some sort of regulations, and they're not that we're in there actually doing the work, right?
Madam Mayor, yeah, correct. Because if we do approach a developer now to do this, they'd kind of be in violation of code, and I'm sure the residents would be contacting you and staff, and we'd be hearing about it. So again, let's try to get something in writing and approved, and then activate it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then you mentioned pedestrian-oriented signage, and even though I know the restroom is really expensive and we don't know where and all that stuff, we did agree to put signage up that would help direct them either, you know, if it's during the week, to here, or that they know that there are several over at the fountain. So at least if you're kind of there, it'd be like restroom, even though it might be a little bit of a hike, at least you know there's one there.
And Madam Mayor, we put together a map as staff and then partnering with the chamber because their restrooms are open, and then have let our Public Works and Community Services Department know as the farmers market begins to start, we'll activate and we'll take care of some of that signage based on direction from council.
So that covers two of your points up there. And then the wayfinding, I think, did we decide to do that all in 1 year? Because remember, we took the money from the restroom and decided we would do it all in 1 year?
If I recall, we decided to kind of hold the restroom money, wait to see what we got back in terms of quote and how much it came back. And then if we can swing it, absolutely. If we need to kind of join 2 years together in a seamless, we can do that too. And I think actually we'll be coming back with that probably sooner rather than later with those quotes and then kind of figuring out next steps.
Yeah, because I think we said, let's just do the wayfinding signs in 1 year, and that we would probably get better
as long as
pricing.
it comes in within the budget.
Right, which was the 500 or something, so.
Yes, we started at 750 and we got direction, how about no 500,000?
Well, that should work out. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Amanda, for taking all this information and putting it succinctly in a few slides and explaining the broad overview of how we're looking at the downtown strategy plan and taking all that input from the public and including it, and so that they're part of this decision and design for where they live in downtown as well. And again, I don't think downtown is just Avenue of the Fountains. I think the map you have here depicts exactly what our downtown areas is, how we're trying to coagulate it all, bring it all together so that it represents Fountain Hills. It opens up new business opportunities for those hopefully vacant lots, et cetera. And so as this unfolds, you'll be bringing it back to council. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And Madam Mayor, Councilmember McMahon, of course not all at once. And again, we'll dive into more of that, those priorities and staff time in December. But again, with the approval, knowing that if you guys do approve it tonight, tomorrow we're starting on the entertainment district and business district.
One last comment on the facade program. I came from a town where we had a very successful facade program, and it revitalized the whole downtown area. And what we found in a lot of cases is that the businesses in the buildings aren't necessarily the owners of the buildings. And we know those owners. They've been here for years. So I'm not worried about it. I think it would be very successful.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Skillicorn.
Yes.
Councilmember Grzybowski.
Aye.
Councilmember McMahon.
Aye.
Councilmember Toth.
Aye.
Councilmember Friedel.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Calavianakis.
Aye.
Mayor Dickey.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimous.
Thank you. Yay.
On
No
behalf,
clapping, but
on
we're
behalf
happy.
of staff, mayor, council, thank you for your unanimous support. We appreciate it.
Thank you. So our next item is actually a hearing, so I'm going to open up the hearing, and we'll hear a presentation, and then we'll get cards from the folks here, and then we can keep speaking, or we can close the hearing, and then we can speak amongst ourselves. So we'll get started with the presentation.
That made me nervous there for a second. Okay. Mayor and Council, good evening. Yes, we're here to talk about a topic that's been discussed for a couple of years, and so it's going to be maybe a bit of a longer presentation this evening because we've got a lot of ground to cover, so hopefully you can stay with me as we go through this. This overall presentation is really divided into two basic parts. First part is going to be going over some background and discussing some of the terminologies and so forth that we've been hearing over the last couple of years. And then the second part is getting into the actual ordinance that we have submitted for your consideration tonight. So with that, back in June of 2022 is when the council first started getting the public coming to council meetings and bringing up the topic of wireless communications in town. Here are a couple of quotes that came from some of those June meetings focusing on 5G and 5G upgrades and 5G small cell antennas being the concern that they felt the town should address. So first of all, what is 5G? So it's the next generation of wireless communications after 4G. We started back some years ago with our first generation of wireless communication, and then as they have changed over time, they've just gotten numbered. You get your i10 and your i12 and your i14 phone or whatever, and as things upgrades, or your Windows 10 or your Windows, whatever it is. So it's the next upgrade in the wireless technology going to 5G. Compared to earlier generations, has the improved data transmissions, more consistent connections. The waves are shorter, and so they travel kind of shorter distances and are more often can receive interference from structures and things. They can use smaller transmitters. They do work with both internet and telephone. And the other thing that we've been hearing from those early comments is about small cell. And a lot of times we've equated 5G with small cell, but they're actually two different things. Small cell deals with the size of the antenna and the equipment that go with it. Both the FCC and state statutes where they set out the parameters for 5G define, or excuse me, small cells set out the criteria for what qualifies as a small cell tower and antenna system. And you can read those there. And with that, there's no mention of the technology that goes with those towers and antennas, whether it's 4G or 5G or the future 6G, or if it's broadband or voice. It's a small cell facility. Small cells can go in the right-of-way, and they can go on private property. Going back to some of the history in terms of what we've been hearing from the public, I did go back and review each of the town council meetings for the comments that were made over the last couple of years. And so some of the things that we continue to hear about, concerns of small cell phone antennas, micro towers, poles being every 500 feet, health impacts, having them pop up in yards, the aesthetics and density of antennas, and more recently, the need to update our small cell ordinance, need to put utilities underground, concerns with data versus voice, fall zones, and more recently, we're not talking about cellular, we're talking about the wide band, not talking about towers, talking about broadband, asking for one thing, broadband underground in homes. So with all that, it's been maybe a little bit of a challenge to focus in on, what are the issues, what are we trying to address, but one of the things too is the broadband started becoming more of the topic. Well, what is broadband? Here's a brief description of what it is in terms of the speeds that it operates at. It is internet or data, and it can be accessed a number of ways, both through wires and wirelessly. And there is some confusion too about 5G broadband versus 5G cellular. So when 5G broadband is actually the 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi, and 5G cellular, again, is that 5th generation of the wireless cell phone. So they sometimes get used interchangeably, but they are different items. Here's just a graphic I thought was kind of cool, so I threw it in terms of the spectrum of frequencies, and the area there kind of highlighted in the red is the mobile phones and the wireless data area of the overall spectrum, and that's where we're focused. So again, one of the issues that people bring up is the impact of cell towers on property values. There are some studies that have been done that have shown reductions in property values based on proximity to cell towers, but there are lots of things that can impact cell towers or property values. Staff took some time to look at the area around each of the cell towers in Fountain Hills, and when we looked at the home values closest to the towers and compared to them to ones a little further away, we could not actually see any definable pattern or difference in how the towers may be affecting those property values. So again, kind of a summary of the citizens' concerns as we've come to understand them over the last couple of years is a desire to develop an underground network for broadband service to reduce or eliminate the need for small wireless facilities, small cell facilities. Wanting to see stronger regulations on small cell towers and antennas, especially in residential areas, to protect citizens and property values, and a desire to improve the regulations for regular wireless communication facilities to ensure we're staying within the FCC guidelines, protect citizens and property values. With that, given the state statute constraints on what we can do with a small cell wireless in the right-of-way, and the challenges of even putting those in here in Fountain Hills. We haven't had any successfully come through to fruition here in Fountain Hills in the 5 or 6 years it's been possible. Given the continued work that we do have with regular cell towers and the needs we had to upgrade that portion of the code, Chapter 17 of the zoning ordinance, that's where staff is focused at this point, and that's what the discussion is about this evening. What's been provided to you is an update to that chapter. That does not negate the fact that council could, after dealing with this, direct staff to work on the other things that the public has brought up, the small cell, the right-of-way regulations, get a consultant to help us understand more deeply the differences between the data, the broadband service, and the voice service, and is there any way within the regulations to distinguish those? I've not seen it in anybody's codes, so again, it would take a professional to get in there and help us understand that and see if there are opportunities. And also, we could get the consultant to help us look at the possibilities of an in-ground broadband network throughout the town. So again, operating or moving forward with this does not negate the ability to go and also address those other things that have been concerned to the citizens as directed by the council. So a few more background things I just wanted to touch on quickly, because one of the concerns we hear is, well, towers can go in my lot or on my neighbor's lot or whatever in the residential areas. So nothing will go on an individual's property without them signing a lease for that tower to be there. In a residential area, that will also require a council use permit, which goes through a public hearing process, so that won't just happen in a residential area without notice and get agreement of the property owner. In the right-of-way area, which is the red hatched area in front of the property between your property line and the curb, that's where the small cell wireless can go per state statute. And we have some limited opportunities there. And again, that's a different topic that's not part of what we're discussing tonight. But there is still a process for those in terms of the council approving the terms and conditions and also the encroachment permit and any building permits. So there's no real change from the way the ordinance is today, what's being proposed in terms of how that affects the residential properties. Similarly, on any town-owned property, town parks, yes, they can go in those areas with council approval of a lease agreement. If it's within 300 feet of residential use, then it would also require a public hearing for the tower permit. And just like elsewhere in town, if it's in the right-of-way and it's small cell, that again, state statute has said they can go there, where we can still review them. And again, that's no real change with the current ordinance. In commercial and industrial areas, yes, cell towers can go there by right within the code parameters that we have. However, if it's within 300 feet of a residential use, it still would come to council for a special use permit. And again, the small cell in the right-of-way is allowed. And also then maybe one last thing here, just types of towers. Lattice towers, monopoles, stealth poles of different varieties. Can be integrated into buildings. There's also temporary towers that may come in if you're removing a tower from service. While you build a new one, you might have a temporary tower, or if you got a big event, you might bring in these temporary towers, sometimes called CALs, cells on wheels. And then utility service antennas, it's a new item that we are adding to the code because of these types of SRP facilities that we've been seeing around town. There'll be more on that, and that's covered both in this ordinance and the following one, and that great change to Chapter 16 of the Town Code. So that's my quick overview, background of some of the basics behind what we're looking at tonight and where we are. So in terms of our recommended ordinance for your consideration this evening, this is an outline of the existing and proposed ordinance. So I've tried to simplify some things, combine some things, and organize them we think a little bit better than they have been. And so I'm not going to go through, I'm sure you're disappointed, but I'm not going to go through page by page and point by point in the code. But a little bit more higher level review here, just kind of what that process would be and how the code works. So the first thing, if an application is submitted, we would be looking at it, is it something that would meet the criteria for administrative review, or would it require public review? And so Section 1704A sets forth the criteria for the different types of admin reviews. Most of the admin reviews are for existing cell towers that are operational and they're making a change to them. And the criteria listed here are the bullet points are adopted standards largely through the industry over the last several years, FCC rulings and so forth, in terms of what the percentage of change can happen on an administrative level or is required to be done on an administrative level, prohibits the town from doing a type of public review if it meets those kind of criteria. So all the different types of admin reviews, these would be the criteria. If they fall outside these criteria, then it would kick it into a public review. The utility service antennas would be done administratively. Any cows for more than 7 days. Less than 7 days, we're just doing them by right, coming in for a special event, they're here, they're gone. But if they're going to be here longer than that, then we'd do an administrative review for more than 7 days. And then new antennas that are at least 300 feet from residential could be approved. They are reviewed today administratively. And one of the reasons for that is that we are trying to encourage them to be further away from residential. And so if you make away from residential the easy ones to get approved, that's where the industry is going to look first. If everything's equally hard, then they might as well look in the residential areas as the commercial areas. And so then basically anything that doesn't meet those administrative criteria is a public review. So any new tower that's within residential or within 300 feet of residential would require review by the council. Any tower, again, that didn't meet the review criteria to be administrative, and towers that do not meet the separation requirements that we'll talk about a little bit more in a minute would also then require council approval. So after we look at the application, determine if it's administrative or public review, then we'd be looking at the submittal requirements, make sure they've submitted the required items per the code. So most of those, the criteria is in 1705, but it also references back to 1703A, which are the general requirements, and set out a lot of the aesthetic requirements and some of those things. So we'd have to make sure that they are meeting all of those requirements. And then the inventory of existing sites. There are, following that, specific requirements for utility service antennas that they would need to make sure they've submitted that information. Specific requirements for applications involving existing towers, so the admin ones primarily. And then specific requirements are listed for any new towers. So after we've ensured that we have all the proper information that's been submitted for the review as required by the code, that would be actually part of the first phase of the shot clock timing that we have in terms of the number of days allowed for the administrative review of the application to make sure that it is complete. And then we have the actual review timeframes. And again, these are established through various FCC rulings and timeframes that have been set. And we basically have to act within those timeframes or they're automatically approved. So we go through that, but then also in that section on shot clocks, we have an extensive discussion about what can stop the clock and give us more time for those different reviews. So that's described in that section. Then we get the actual review and processing of the requests. So in 1705C, lists criteria for all applications that are criteria as part of the review and what we'd be looking for before it could be approved. And then item 2 in that list is for the admin applications and what's required for those reviews that may be a little bit different or extra based on the general criteria. And then item 3 lists the additional requirements for the public review applications. And one of those is that for those on private property, we would review them as special use permits. And so all the requirements within that section of the zoning ordinance would apply in terms of the citizen participation, the good neighbor, the public hearing, and so forth. If it's on town property, we don't actually issue the special use permit because it's our property, but we'd still take them through the same process. That's one of the things that's lacking in the current code. It just says you're going to town council, but doesn't tell us how we get there. And so we're establishing that so it's clear what that requirement would be. And so they must, again, demonstrate to council that no other tower existing technology would work, and the council has the ability to impose any conditions they feel necessary to minimize any adverse impact. So after we go through the review and processing, then it can be approved, and then the tower gets built. And so then we have standards in here for the maintenance and operations of the towers. If it's not used for a period of time, if it's abandoned, we can require it to be removed. There are various state and federal requirements that they must meet or exceed. And if there are changes from the federal level, they have 6 months to comply with those changes. They must submit reports as required by the section to document that they have complied. And with new towers, within 45 days of initial operation, need to verify that they meet the RF requirements. And then a random radio frequency requirement can be done at the owner's expense at least once a year. And if we find violations more than 3 times in 5 years, their permit can be revoked. This section also covers requirement to comply with building codes and other town codes. So there are zoning ordinance standards and other town code standards for maintenance of property, and some concerns about graffiti may happen on some of these towers, or their fences and so forth. So all that's covered in the town code as far as the removal of those. If found in violation, they get 30 days to correct, and again we can move on with other enforcement action and with noise issues. So, in a quick summary then of the overall code, it addresses visual impacts and provides aesthetic standards, which includes requirements for stealth design. No lights are allowed except as may be required by the FAA. It makes provisions for co-locations, and this includes minimum standards for providing for co-location of at least 2 additional antennas. Requires security fencing, requires landscaping, sets some noise standards that are consistent with how the town has addressed noise standards overall. Requires structural certification by registered engineers and verification by the town engineer. Requires setbacks from a property line equal to the height of the tower. And I know this is one section of the code that I've had to read several times to understand the different separation requirements that it has listed. So the first one is that a tower has to be set back from a property line at least the height of the tower. So that if it falls, it stays on the property. The second one is separation from other uses. And so if this lists the different uses and how far you have to be from it. So from the established single-family residence or duplex unit, you have to be at least 200 feet away from that unit. So if you're where you think you're going to put it on your property, meets your fall zone, but it still isn't 200 feet away from a residence on another property, that doesn't work. You have to move it to meet both standards. These standards have been in place since '98. At this point, we have very limited area in town where there's residential that's platted and not built. The only real area of that is up on the state trust land. And so the piece down there that talks about vacant unplatted residential lands at 100 feet, that's the only area where that would really apply today. The code does allow the town council to approve a reduction in those setbacks, but it has to be based on a council determination that the reduction better serves the town goals. I think that's a pretty high bar to be able to get a reduction, but the code has allowed for that and continues to allow for that. There's been some discussion at the P&Z level about increasing these numbers, maybe up to 500 feet. That's certainly possible, whatever the council would like to do. There is some concern as we look at that in terms of that because our commercial areas are so small, that really limits in town where the towers could go and basically makes everything require a special use permit or town or council review at that point. So again, it's the council could make that choice if you want, but that would be the potential impact. And similarly, there's also then the third separation requirement is a separation between towers. So depending on how tall they are, they have to be further apart. And so again, no changes are proposed there at this point. I think this may be about the last one on the summaries. Again, requires public review and council approval for towers in or within 300 feet of residential. Requires review of alternative locations for new towers to be backed up with a drive test if requested by council. Requires a statement of compliance with FCC radio frequency. Allows the town to impose conditions of approval and establishes ongoing maintenance and operation requirements. So that's my review of the ordinance as it's been presented to you. We did get some requests for possible modifications to the ordinance. Vice Mayor reviewed it. We appreciate the time she spent going through it in detail. And so I'm going to present these. You've got hard copies there. I'll let the Vice Mayor, as she wants here, talk about why she proposed these. But here's a section that requires in the first sentence basically some stealth kind of designs. Second sentence does the same thing, pretty much in a little bit more succinct way. So the proposal was to eliminate that first sentence. This provision talks about minimizing visual impacts and moving the tower down a hill so it's not as visible over a hill. That does potentially cause some problems and maybe needing more towers because you've got to have one down each side of the hill. So I understand that concern. Staff would maybe suggest keeping the first sentence, maybe replacing the must with a should if you think that would be helpful, but would want council consideration of that. The next modification is, again, we've got two sentences here, both dealing with some issues with screening and noise. The second one by itself maybe does the same thing a little bit more clearly. And then this section, the last part of it, talks about the need to get a build-out plan for the future of the wireless facility. That was thought to maybe be a little bit more of an overreach than we need. And then lastly, this section in 1705 requires the drive test. And again, that was thought to maybe be a little bit more than what is typically needed. So again, with those, that's my quick review of what those modifications were. Any questions, Mayor, that anybody has for me at this time, or how would you like to proceed?
Yeah, I think I'm going to allow a little bit of questioning to you, and then we'll take the speaker cards, as it might help a little bit to go forward. I think Hannah had her light on.
I actually had a question about the proposed amendments. Am I allowed to do that? Or is that considered discussion? Okay. I would really like to hear the argument for the removal of towers must be placed to minimize visual impacts. Applicants shall place towers on the side slope of the terrain so that as much as possible, the top of the tower does not protrude over the ridgeline as seen from public ways. Why are we recommended to just strike that?
Mayor, before we go any further, I have a point of order with this. What was presented to the public did not include this. You can't publish one thing and then present something at a council meeting. The public hasn't had any time to digest any of these proposed changes. I don't think this should be talked about right now. I have a hard time with this. This was sprung on us 4 hours before this council meeting. This is not right.
I'm going to let Erin answer, because if you think of it in terms of an amendment, she could orally be doing these at the meeting. You know, that if you amend something while you're at the meeting, you're reacting to it at the meeting.
I get that, but the public is so involved in this process with this for 2 years. The public had no knowledge of any of these changes.
So we don't have the right.
Hold on.
To amend our own ordinance.
Okay, let's.
This is
Point of order. We're not discussing.
Let's have some order, please. So, my point would be, and I just got them as well, would be that while we're discussing this, any one of us can amend anything, and nobody will have seen it or heard it at that point either. So, if Vice Mayor wants to present these as amendments orally, then she can do that, just like any one of us can do it, and it would be information that none of us will have heard yet, or anybody would have heard. She's amending something that's ahead of us, and we all will have to react to new information when people amend the things in front of us. So, and again, this does sort of touch on one of the issues which we had before, which was what do we do when there's something in writing? Well, basically, she didn't have to give it to us in writing, and we would just be hearing her make these amendments.
And Ms. Mayor, if I may address Jerry's point of order, these potential amendments, Jerry, were sent last summer to the Planning and Zoning Commission. They had access to them, as well as us having access to them, if you would have read the CETA report, which was part of their package.
Point of order.
Part of our package.
Let's just.
This is not the discussion.
I'm sorry.
Jerry said that the public didn't have a chance, nor the Planning and Zoning
Point
have
of
a chance
order.
to see these, and they actually did.
Let's wait till
they were sent to the Planning and Zoning Committee last summer.
Let's wait till I recognize people to speak, please. Aaron, would you please explain a little bit about this?
Mayor and Council, I don't know what to say with regard to these amendments or any amendments that are presented immediately before a council meeting. This is a discussion that we've been having for like the last year and a half. And we still haven't found out a good way to get things in front of the council in a way that gives the council notice about what a proposed amendment's going to be. So we still haven't found out a good way to do that. I don't know who it was sent to or when, but my guess is that Councilwoman Kalavianakis wanted to put it up here, and I'll let her speak for herself, but wanted to put it up here so that we can at least read or put up on a projector screen or something what the heck is going on and what the proposed amendments are, so that we can avoid the issues that have happened before, when the public in fact had no notice and the people sitting up here had no notice of what was going on. So we can do without the written version of it, but if Brenda wants to read them verbatim, she still has the ability to do that. I mean, at this point, it's a distinction without difference. And I don't know what the best way to deal with these amendments coming forward before is. This has happened 3 or 4 times, and we still don't have a good way of doing it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do want to make a note on the amendment issue, and I'm going to cite our rules. 4.3C, amendments, posted agenda may be amended up to 72 hours prior to such meeting. In a special, exceptional circumstances, such a agenda may be amended up to, but not less than 24 hours prior to designated meeting. It appears to me that this written amendment is not within that time frame. And maybe the chair should do a ruling on this.
I think we're not talking about amending the agenda. I think if you just take these pieces of paper and throw them away and let her present them as amendments, then we'll all talk about them and all find out about them at the same time, because that's basically what she's doing, and that's basically what any one of us can do while we're up here, is amend what's in front of us, and it'll be new to all of us. Sharron?
I just want to say this is probably 100% my fault, because the same exact thing happened when we discussed the rules of procedure, and I'm the only one that rang a bell and had a problem with it. And at the time, I would have to double check the verbatim, but at the time, we all kind of agreed, okay, if we're gonna make these kinds of changes and it's in writing, let's do what we can to present it beforehand. So this is totally my fault. I take the hit on it. I mean, you always blame the person that's leaving, right? So I'm gonna take the hit on this. Oh, after I'm gone. Oh, okay, so next meeting, you guys remember this, it's okay to blame me for this particular issue. So I totally take the hit on that, because I will admit, I lost my shit when we get a whole piece of paper for rules of procedure that we already reviewed, and I was upset because the gallery hadn't had a chance to see it. And I'm the only one that questioned it at the time. And we were okay with it then, so as far as I'm concerned, we're okay with it now.
And that's the rules of procedure that exist right now, this does comply with. But again, just for the idea of being able to amend any of this, like, Jerry, you could decide you want to take out something and put something else in. We'll all hear that for the first time. So if yes, we have it in writing, but we don't, and you were able to present it, which is technically helpful. But, if we want to proceed as if Brenda's going to go through these and amend them, then she will make a motion to amend, and then we'll hear them for the first time, or we'll hear them, and then we'll decide whether we want to support the amendments or not. And I'm sure there's other amendments that other people might want to make that none of us have heard yet either. So, but technically this complies with our existing rules of procedure. Thank you, Sharron.
Also, when we have discussions about different ordinances or anything that's in writing, we always have an opportunity to provide an amendment after discussion and thinking about it, and maybe it would be better to be written this particular way, et cetera, or let's amend it so we omit that particular section. That's just something that is done during the course of our discussions about these matters, so we can come to a resolution. And in other cases of ordinances, have the ordinance reflect our discussion and what we wanted to have happen. So I don't see these particular suggestions, even suggestions or something, as a document that is amending the agenda item or anything like that. I look at it as discussion points. And again, this information, this letter from CTI, it's been out in the public for a while, so.
Thanks. So why don't we go ahead and take, call to the public, and then, I'm sorry, would you like a
I
rest?
had a question before all of that.
Okay.
This was the question portion, not the discussion portion. Am I repeating it? My question was, I wanted to ask my fellow council member, the proposed amendment that's on the presentation, removing towers must be placed to minimize visual impacts. Applicants shall place towers on the side slope of the terrain so that as much as possible, the top of the tower does not protrude over the ridgeline as seen from public ways. The proposed amendment would completely strike this sentence, and I would just like to hear the why on that.
Okay, and thank you for that question, Hannah.
Hold on a minute.
That's a very
Vice-
good.
Hold on a minute, Vice Mayor.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry.
So, would you like to do this now, then? We can go through all of your amendments, and you can say what you think, you know, what led to them.
Well, this was
And then
included
when
in
we
the
get-
presentation, so it's a question that I was given permission to ask.
Yeah, I might suggest that I answer, if I may, Ms. Mayor. Might suggest I answer this one, then we can go to the call of the public, and then maybe we can revisit the amendments, if that's what people want to do. Okay. Yeah, the reason I did this amendment was because it's actually going to, if we do this below the slope line, then it's going to block the line of sight the radio waves, and it's actually going to make them put up more towers or more of these units, not less. If you look at applicants shall place towers on the slope line of the terrain so that as much as possible, the top of the tower does not protrude over the ridge line. This restriction is likely to undermine the town's objective to minimize new sites because placing the site below the ridgeline on a slope will severely restrict signal propagation from the tower since wireless signals travel via line of sight. The smaller coverage area is thus likely to generate more applications for facilities to cover the same service area. So if we're trying to minimize these sites, we would actually increase their height so it could serve both sides of the ridgeline, not having a separate tower on each side. So it's good because we'll have less towers, not more.
Councilwoman McMahon?
John, can you address that? Is that correct? Or I'm trying to understand the whole concept myself, so.
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember, at least in theory, that would be correct. If you've got the ridge line and you bring the tower down here, so now the ridge blocks that from the other side of the ridge, then you may need a tower over here, but if you're up higher on that ridge, then it can more easily serve both sides.
John, can that still be done to minimize the visual effects? It could still be done that way. I don't think, I agree with Hannah, I don't think we strike this entire paragraph. You still want to minimize visual impacts, whether it's on the top of the ridge or down below the ridge. Am I correct?
Mayor, Councilmember, that's correct. As staff has looked at this, in the way I think we would apply it, again, it's a little bit, I don't know what word I want to use there, so I'll just go on. So it says as much as possible. When they propose to put the tower there, there's a certain service area they're trying to serve. And I think we recognize, well, if we move that too far down the hill, now it's not going to achieve the goal of that service area, so we wouldn't require it to go any further down the hill than is necessary to continue to provide that service. And so I think we would logically balance those out, trying to push as far as possible without impacting service.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't turn my light on.
So can we just leave the first sentence? I mean, would that be all right with you? Would that be something that you would think of, the one that says towers must be placed to minimize visual impacts?
Yeah, I can live with that.
Okay. Hannah? Okay. So before we get too far into this and start amending it and such, do you need a break? Anybody need a break? No? Was that a yes? Okay. Let's take a 10 minutes. Thanks. Thanks, everyone. We'll get started, and we will start with our speaker cards, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The town received a total of 50 speaker cards. 42 were in writing, 15 for, 27 against, and we have 8 wishing to speak. So first up to speak will be Liz Gildersleeve, followed by Matthew Corrigan.
Good evening. Liz Gildersleeve, Fountain Hills resident. Like many here, I have concerns with the draft ordinance for the wireless towers. For starters, I don't believe the protections for town residents and property owners go far enough. I appreciate the attempt at some of the aesthetics for new towers in front of residences, but where are more specific provisions that would protect residents and property owners against injuries, even financial injuries? Should a tower in front of a residence fall or reduce property values? Because let's face it, who wants a house with a 20-foot tower in the front yard? Regarding actual injuries, for example, what if one of these towers topples over during a monsoon and falls near or on my house and causes damage, or worse, burns my house down? What if someone is hurt or killed? What if the tower is installed incorrectly? Is the town responsible for damages or the wireless provider? Right now, as written, if something like this happens and my house is damaged or worse, you can bet I'm coming for the town of Fountain Hills. And perhaps even those of you personally, whether you're still a council member or not, for my damages, should you vote to approve an ordinance that didn't adequately protect my property or my family? Where are the sections in this ordinance about insurance and indemnification from the wireless provider? It's not difficult to envision personal injury attorneys wrapping up lawsuits against cities and towns and even council members when damages occur. A quick Google search reveals this is already happening. Lastly, the town is the town reaping any financial benefit by allowing tower installations beyond an application fee? Increased towers will enrich wireless providers. Will it also enrich our town? In full transparency, let's get those financial details and requirements out in the open and memorialize them in the ordinance. Again, lots of questions and definitely not enough protections for residents and the town and accountability from the wireless providers. To approve this tonight as written would be irresponsible and frankly a dereliction of your duty. Thank you for your time tonight.
Madam Mayor, council members, Matthew Corrigan, Fountain Hills. I have some prepared remarks before I came tonight. Little research, not much. All I needed to do was look at prior comments in prior meetings, both planning and zoning and town council. As many of you know, I've been attending town council and planning and zoning meetings for a couple of years now. And the thing that I find most interesting about tonight is I have never seen this information that was planned and presented by John, and this is all new information. Now, here's something interesting. Campanelli, who was the apparently paid attorney for consultation on broadband, that information did not reach planning and zoning. I attended planning and zoning, I believe it was July 8th. And planning and zoning was somewhat baffled by the fact that they were not allowed to see the Campanelli letter or any information pertaining to that information. And apparently that was restricted by someone, maybe the town attorney, but it was not provided. Now, remember that planning and zoning has to have some idea of what to approve or not to approve. So withholding that information from the attorney, who's an expert on all capacities of broadband, is obviously unusual So why did that happen, number one? And what is the definition of public information? When was the public, other than the council, and maybe not even planning and zoning, when was the so-called public information available? Again, a lot of this is new to me tonight, and I've attended just about every meeting. Maybe someone can explain that. There's obvious problems, and all you have to do is go to a website provided by someone like April McCormick, and go to broadband technology. I'm not finished with my 3 minutes. Oh, okay, I thought I heard something in the back. But anyway, I don't need time back on the clock. What I want to say is that we've had all the information from residents, individual residents, all the information on broadband has come not from the staff, not from the attorney, but from individuals who researched, took their own time and capability and volunteered that time and presented to, not only to town council, but to planning and zoning. And many times I saw planning and zoning look to them for information. Lori Trowler, Larry Meyer, all of these people provided information. These are individuals who, with their own time and own opportunity, presented information. Why tonight are we getting so-called public information we've never heard about? It's a question. And I would compel you, I would ask you as a town council not to move too rapidly when you don't have all the information. We certainly don't. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Jerry Holtzman, followed by Crystal Kavanaugh.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Jerry Holtzman, a member of the community. I'd just like to bring up a different aspect, which would be the health aspect. I hate to go back in time, 2020, when we had COVID and masks and 6 feet distancing. How does that relate? Well, we had scientists, I don't know if people have heard of industrial hygienists. They are people that study PPE, personal protective equipment, including masks. And after me working in a hospital, I was part of that, and masks did not work. We used respirators, and you can ask any of them, they did not work. This is not my opinion, this is their opinion, and they're research scientists. And that's what I'd like to bring up today. There was nothing brought up about health risks tonight. So several studies published between 2022 and 2024 underscore the health risk posed by 5G technology. Research contradicts the International Commission on Non-Ionized Radiation Protection Guidelines, demonstrating various harmful biological effects of radio frequency radiation, RFR, on humans and the environment, including potential cancer risk. Studies reveal 5G's potential to induce neurologic damage and psychiatric problems, highlighting its effects on brain development, including the risk of conditions like dementia through mechanisms such as impairment of neurosin. I can go on, but I just want to conclude by saying 5G appeals moratorium ignored despite evidence. The first of these, published in September 2022 in the Journal Reviews of Environmental Health, provides a good overview of the hazards of 5G poses. The authors pointed out that since September 2017, over 400 scientists and doctors have collectively submitted 6 appeals to the European Union calling for a moratorium on the 5G technology. All have been ignored. The September 2021 appeal included extensive cover letter in which experts argue that EU's reliance on guidelines by the International Commission on Non-Ionized Radiation Protection places public health at risk because the guidelines only considered heating and no other health relevant biological effects from RFR. And my last question is to the mayor and supporters from council of this is, would you put this willing to put your tower 25 feet in front of your house?
This wireless broadband tower item for your consideration tonight should definitely not be a rushed vote until specific definable measures can be incorporated into both sections 16 and 17 for the protection of the residents and our property values. And since one council member is actually moving out of state, perhaps she should actually recuse herself unless her vote is to table this decision. This is a complicated issue. I don't fully understand all the complexities, and I'd also bet money that this council doesn't either at this time. Our P&Z has attempted to understand the total picture and ramifications for the residents, but they believe changes must be made to both sections 16 and 17 to fully address the issues. It appears that the best decision this council could make is to table this and send it back to P&Z. Then provide them with access to all the needed documentation in order to make fully informed recommendations that protect the residents and our property. The lack of transparency to the community by placing prior discussions in executive sessions away from the public view is not acceptable. The mixing of terminology over the past years has added to the confusion for all concerned, the public, the council, the commissioners, and the staff. Allowing our attorney to withhold pertinent information and redacting the documents from the reputable expert that was hired supposedly by the town, yet signed by the attorney, is not acceptable. Tossing about the term preemption to shut down discussion, saying we as a local entity can't override big government regulations or put protections in place for residents is not acceptable or necessarily accurate. Do you remember the discussion of sober houses, which are now classified as transitional community residences here? Remember how so many of us fought for over 2 years to push the town to implement certain protections for our neighborhoods, such as reducing the number of occupants in those houses and locations? But our attorney told us in the council again and again we could not place any restrictions to slow down unlimited proliferation. Big government rules don't allow it. But that wasn't true, was it? We were able to work within the system to protect residents at a local level with local regulations and requirements, but without banning them. Why can't the same be done on this issue? Our scenic community should be the ones who set the guidelines for our local area. And for that to work, P&Z needs full access to information and expert resources. What parts can go underground, for example? How will emissions be consistently and objectively measured? Where can these be placed, et cetera, and other protections? Transparency during this process should be a priority because this affects all of us who actually live here. We should have a common goal of protecting residents and property values first in beautiful Fountain Hills while still working with this industry. Thank you.
Next up, we have Larry Myers, followed by Rob Long.
Mayor, council, resident, 43 years now. This discussion's been going on for 3 years by a lot of experts in the town. There are some in this room who have way more knowledge on this subject than the combined knowledge of anyone on the dais. So I'm going to talk about lack of transparency, because that's what we have not only with this issue, but with many issues in this town. And transparency causes residents to question things. So certainly there can be no denying that there's an area of expertise and 3 years of work done by residents and your Planning and Zoning Commission, and information was withheld from your own Planning and Zoning Commission that the residents paid for. Government has no money of its own. The money paid to Mr. Campanelli was our money, and no one in the residential community has seen that and the planning and zoning hasn't seen it. Notwithstanding any debatable medical implications with regard to the proliferation of telecom small wave towers on some people, I don't believe anyone on this dais wakes up each day saying, let's make our residents sick. It's much like the cigarette debacle. It may take 30 years, 40 years to play out. Some people smoke cigarettes all their life and live to be 90. Some people smoke cigarettes and end up with lung cancer at 45. So I don't want to debate that. What I want to debate is when there's no transparency, my usual thought is, okay, let's follow the money. So I had a lot of detailed conversations with former Finance Director Pak, and the town faces a revenue shortage. There is no question about it. We would have faced it a lot sooner if we hadn't had $11 million dropped out of the sky by the feds. So tower leases, now that's a revenue stream that I think the town is so anxious to get its hands on. However, the way I see it, if you put them in residential areas, that's a transfer of wealth, because without any disputable information at all, the data shows that property values based on proximity to these towers in right-of-ways of residential property diminishes property value from 3 to 20%. So you're, without my consent, going to take my property value and put it in your coffers to run this town. I would propose another method. Nobody ever wants to talk about it, but that way people would vote on it and you would have some sort of consent. So I would urge you to send us back to planning and zoning, consult all of the experts, make all of the information available to everyone, and come up with something that you can be proud of. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Rob Long. My wife and I moved here 3 years ago to escape my native California. I'm very happy to be here. The last 10 years in Carlsbad, I observed our local council and mayor make major decisions which impacted each and every resident behind closed doors, following tax-paid commissions and experts, whereas the taxpayers had no access to even review or comment on these reports, as we were not permitted to see them. Our representatives and I use that word loosely, destroyed our once beautiful hillside community overlooking the Pacific Ocean. So here we are, we left it. In short, I'd just like to say, I would like to see more transparency, better transparency, especially when it involves our health and our property value. It gives us better information as to who to support when it comes election time.
Next up, we have Tom Donnelly, followed by Lori Troller.
Hi there. I've been here for 4 hours because my wife told me 4 hours ago that we were going to talk about towers and 5G technology. So I decided I better come tonight, sort of because she told me to come, and the fact that I went to law school and I'm a licensed professional engineer with the state of California in safety and in quality. I work on product liability cases where people have been killed for half of my career. I came tonight because I'm concerned about the issues and some of what was brought up. And the fact is that I've been here for 8 years and never heard anything about this subject until something she read from a neighbor concerned about coming here tonight. And I'm concerned about the issue of safety, and I'm concerned about the laws that are represented here. I want you to understand the 3G technology and 4G technology. Those frequencies come from the federal communications, and those frequencies are within the range of about 80 to 100 megacycles, mega frequencies. When they went to 5G, you need 4 towers for every one that you had under 3G and 4G. The frequency range goes from 100 to 100 megahertz. 100,000, I'm sorry, megahertz. That's why there's a great deal of concern about the biological effects, and in OSHA they call them the thermal effects of what they're doing to the body, and long-term stands from health. And there's also signs that we're starting to see that there are signs of cancer. And there's also the concerns in the hills where we put them about the wildlife and studying the wildlife and what it's doing to wildlife. So I'm very, very concerned about this subject. And I'm concerned because I like this city. And what I can see is the potential here for going in and putting towers in here that are going to be the effect of a class action lawsuit of which you can't stand. I just settled a case against Toyota for $1.3 billion on loss of class action of cars. You can imagine what a $1.3 billion lawsuit would be to this city. So I'm just letting you know, as members of this committee, this is a very serious subject. I've given my card to John and told him I'm happy to help with the issues of the safety of this community. I'm a little bit bothered that the fact of towers are being considered here, because they are absolutely, where I live up Golden Eagle up at the top, where I have a wash right behind my house, and if you start putting towers down there, there's going to be a class action lawsuit of some very rich people up there, and it could come. So I just wanted, and I've worked with John and the city people before on other issues, and they're a great group of people. But I see that a lot of work has been done into showing those charts. But I also agree there has been no communication to this city about doing this. And the potential impact here is considerable. So I wanted you to understand the difference in the frequencies between 3G, 4G, and 5Gs. It is really a great deal greater in what the potential damage could be by high-frequency microwave frequencies.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You know, I don't want to go on. I would have, had I known that John was going to have all this, I would have presented more. But all I can say is I'll help on this subject if you need it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Around so long, I hadn't paid attention. Okay, what I handed out to everybody, sorry I was late, is a list of the other half of the ordinance that's not in existence. What John handed you is a lot of work. We need to work with that. This is the other half. It's not in there. And gee, just the timing is, there's a word in what we have presented tonight, and it's the word insurance. It doesn't even exist in that code. Doesn't come up. So those towers aren't required to have insurance. So now, again, let me give the example. I've got a tower in my ROW, which falls on my driveway. My child gets hit. I have to sue. I have to get medical coverage for my child that's burned or whatever. Hopefully, you know, not worse. I can't go to, because of what you guys are going to say yes to tonight, I can't go to the towers. They are not responsible. We don't hold them responsible with this ordinance. So I come to you. Town can't get insurance. It doesn't exist. The insurance companies don't offer that insurance because it's a huge loser. There's so many cases, like he spoke. So then it comes down to everybody who votes yes. You're going to be responsible for everybody's house. 5 people, say just 5 people have issues. And these are health issues. You're going to hear April. You're going to hear her voice. She's been sitting in this room that's filled with EMF. Her voice is affected by, she's one of these people, highly affected very quickly by this.
You put one of these towers next to her house, she's going to be calling you. I hope you're moving like out of the country, so it's not gonna absolve you, because a yes is a yes. I do want to get really quick back to what just happened 20 minutes ago. Hannah raised a point of order, a legitimate point of order. Alan read the law that we wrote, and I believe this was because Peg, about a year and a half ago, said, you can't give this stuff to me so fast before a meeting. I need more than 24 hours, and I think that's why we wrote that. I think that's when that was amended. I could be wrong. But what he read was, you can't submit anything inside of 24 hours. But what just happened is we now have a mayor saying, that didn't happen. We're just going to keep talking about this. I'm running this meeting. He said 24 hours. This is a legitimate point of order. It needs to be put back to P&Z, delayed till December. I don't know what it is, but it's not the vote tonight. You can't ignore what just happened in this room. Thank you.
Okay, so we can discuss, we can make a motion. I'm going to close the hearing and
There is one for the last item, but you make him ahead and speak.
Good evening. My name is April McCormick. I moved to Fountain Hills in August of 2021, and shortly thereafter I got involved with this issue because it does affect me personally. I've been involved with this issue since 2018 and worked with every municipality where I've lived on passing a appropriate ordinance to protect property values and public health. So when I got here, I knew exactly who to offer to give advice to this council, and that was Andrew Campanelli and Scott McCullough. They're the two most renowned telecommunication attorneys in the country. They have 60 years of experience between them, over 7,000 federal cases, and they have won cases on the FCC order, which your state law, this state law is a carbon copy of that. They've won in the 9th district, and that gives us a blueprint of what is possible. So I offered Andrew and Scott to meet with staff for free, and of course was told no. And instead what happened is Aaron went and hired the telecom law firm. Well, ironically, on the website fountainhillsafetech.com, where over 1,000 residents have visited that site in the last 4 days, over 4,000 since 2022. He hired the telecom law firm, and on the website is a memo from Scott McCullough. Scott is now Bobby Kennedy's attorney. He's also the attorney for Children's Health Defense, and he's won Court of Appeal cases against the FCC on all of these issues. Scott is responding to the city of Malibu specifically about what they call the Kramer memo. Well, Jonathan Kramer is the attorney you all chose to hire. And in Malibu, he wrote a memo about what they can't do. So the citizens hire Scott. Scott writes a 10-page rebuttal of all the things you can do based on state law. He finishes the memo by saying, in summary, the reciting of just industry talking points by the telecom law firm, you have to wonder what the conflict of interest is here, because he's clearly not serving the community. And when you look at what his conflicts are, they are so egregious, it's mind-blowing. Aaron actually even entertained him, and you let him do it. He has a real estate company where he lists and sells and brokers property with antennas. He has a leasing company where if you buy property and you want to put antennas, he'll do all the lease work for you. He also has a property management company where once you get an antenna on your property, he'll manage a site for you. It's the most egregious conflict of interest anyone's ever seen. So after you did a petition to get rid of him, you finally hired Campanelli, and you sat on an ordinance for a year. I've done so many public records requests trying to get that from you. All have been denied. I tried to get his billable hours for how much he talked to the telecom law firm and got 100-page of fully redacted notes from his law office. Elections matter, and I'm telling you right now, the only way this is ever going to happen is to get rid of her and her. And Andrew has never been treated so badly by any municipality in the 30-year career, and I get that. Since moving here, I've never been treated so badly by the group of people that are your comrades that sat on this side of the room. Two of them laughing hysterically, and you just let them all night long.
I'm not doing that, and your time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you.
You're not doing anything. That's the problem.
Okay, so we've heard from the public, and now if somebody would be willing to make a motion, then we can discuss it, amend it, however you want to do that, and I'll close the, pardon me? Yeah, whatever you want to do. It's up to you.
I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion to approve the ordinance as written.
24-01.
24-01, sorry.
Thank you. This is just so we can continue to discuss and amend it. We have to have a motion so that we can amend it.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to close the hearing, and now we can discuss. Hannah, I think you were first.
Alan was actually first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Considering the amount of source documents to do some research, and I'm not an expert on this, and I think there's more that I want to know about this, and I also want to compare it to the Campanelli information. I want to make an alternate motion to continue this into December 17th.
Second.
So I think a motion to continue takes precedence? It does. Okay. So we have a motion to continue till December 17th, this item, and we can't debate, right?
Mayor, 1 second. I actually don't know that that's
Because it's different
correct.
from a...
1 second.
Different from a, yeah.
Because it's different from calling the question.
Yeah.
Motions to continue. Motions to continue shall be debatable only as to the propriety of postponement. Motions to continue to a definite time shall be amendable and debatable, and they're debatable as to the propriety of postponement only.
Okay, so basically just the idea of continuing it is the only thing we
Yep.
can debate. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to continue the item till December 17th. Roll call?
Councilmember Grzybowski,
Nay.
Councilmember McMahon,
Nay.
Councilmember Toth,
Aye.
Councilmember Friedel, Councilmember Skillicorn,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kalabianakis,
Nay.
Mayor Dickey.
No. So now we can discuss the actual item, correct? Yes. Okay. So I have a couple of, well, I won't go first. So Hannah.
So I have a few statements on this. One being, of course, that this does not include 16.2, which was the origin of this conversation, was broadband, not cellular. So I know I'm beating a dead horse, but we really should have done that in a pack. Was it 16.2? I think it was. Second, there was a recommendation by CTIA that's included in our packet. One of the items was that in the ordinance, section 1703A8, the provision states no sign shall be allowed on an antenna or tower. However, FCC rules require that signs may need to be attached to provide notification or warnings as to RF radiation exposure. This was part of the recommendations, and I didn't see it in the recommended amendments or, oh, thank you, John.
Excuse me, Mayor, yes, Councilmember, we did make that change to that section.
Did,
so it does
okay.
require any signage
I missed
required
it,
by law.
thank you. Actually, could you point to me where that is? Because I saw on Thank you, John.
It might take me just a moment to get there because I'll have to get out into the ordinance itself and remember exactly where it is.
I actually think it's bullet point L that I was looking at, but that would be under 1704.
They had some of their numbering wrong in that memo, but let's see.
I understand. I think it might have been repeated in 1704 or point L. I don't know how I'm supposed to
Councilmember, here it is.
refer to
Item
that.
8. Item 8, if you look on the screen, no signs other than those required by law shall be allowed. So
Thank you. Would you mind scrolling down to 04? And then on L, I think we actually might have had that line in there twice. Is it? Hold on. Let me try and be more helpful in this. 1704, general requirements.
1704 is type of application.
L.
1703 is the general requirements. So again, if you're looking at the
Am I looking at an
CTA
old ordinance? 1704 L. It's page 131 in our packet, if that's helpful at all.
No, I don't have it up that way, I'm afraid.
John, I think you're looking at your saved version versus the version that's in the packet. That's what the council member's looking at.
Same version.
Is there a difference between what was in our packet and what's up here?
There shouldn't be.
There shouldn't be.
I think I'm. Let me scroll up. Maybe this was an old. Nope. Chapter 17, wireless telecommunications towers and antennas. It's page 1. What did I say? 35. 130. Thank you. 131 of the packet. Item L says signs. No sign shall be allowed on an antenna or tower. I think. Was my packet given an old version? Okay. I'll scroll up real quick.
John, do you want this hard copy?
So we have one version that shows amendments where it's stricken or in red or green, and then we have the one below, which would typically show the adjusted version of the amendment.
Mayor, I'd suggest a recess until we figure out what's up, because I don't want, the transcript's not going to pick up the conversation that's happening. For like 2 minutes.
Okay, we're ready to get going. So who's going to clarify?
Sure, I'll take this one. So the amended, clean version of the ordinance is above the red line, which is above what would be the current Chapter 17. So that's where we had some confusion. It's cleared up now. Sorry to John. You can continue with, were you explaining something in the first place or no? Okay, cool. We're good to go.
Thank you. Any other comments? So I just have a kind of an overall question. What we're looking at tonight, which is Chapter 17, of course, and was this not what you presented to P&Z in pretty, I think you changed a few things after some of the conversation. I think that they made some suggestions and you put them in this, but isn't this largely what you presented to them in July?
Mayor, Councilmember, yes, it's very similar to what was presented to P&Z at their July 8th meeting. There were some comments and suggestions they made at that time, one or two of which I think got added in here. There were a few things that were in that draft to them that as I went back through that kind of didn't make some sense or whatever and maybe were deleted, but other than a few minor changes, yes, it's what they saw at that meeting.
So this isn't something that nobody's seen. It was on the P&Z.
Yes.
And P&Z discussed it quite thoroughly and added some stuff to it. While they didn't recommend it, they didn't find fault in it. It just wasn't addressing 16, correct? Or, maybe I shouldn't ask you it that way,
right.
but in other words, it's still a protective piece of the language is still protective. It's just only in Chapter 17, so it does not address small cell at all. I mean, basically, that's kind of out of this discussion. But the work that went into that, there's some public input, there's some Campanelli input, there's staff input, P&Z, of course, that went into what we're seeing right now. So there were substantive changes, also some reorganization, clarification of existing laws. And again, it's not just our law, it's federal law, it's state law that we have to take into account about all of those. So I guess what I'm saying is this doesn't appear to weaken what we have. It appears to strengthen what we have. So when someone says if you pass this, you could be doing something that's more damaging, if it seems to me what we're passing is something that has more restrictions to it. It may not be enough for some people, and it may be in the wrong place for some people, but there's nothing in this that precludes further changes in Chapter 16 or further changes in Chapter 17 or us looking into trying to get more underground fiber. Is there anything in here that precludes further action like that?
Mayor, no, there's not.
There's not. So I guess because I'm just trying to simplify it as much as I can, this appears to be more protective than what we have in place, and it doesn't stop us from trying to put more things in other places or to even amend this further afterwards.
Correct.
Thank you. Hannah.
While I do agree that we're not stopped from amending it further afterwards, I want to bring up the point that this is not addressing the public concern that started this entire process. The original concerns that I was told about had to do with broadband, had to do with Chapter 16. I think, and I'm sorry, John, because I know you've put so many hours into this topic, but I think while we're in the weeds and it's fresh on everyone's mind, it is best to deal with these issues together and deal with them well, because it is such a complicated topic, because there is so much legality behind it. It is so important to get this right and not pass an ordinance that, okay, it might strengthen us in one area, but we're missing a definition here. We don't have insurance requirements or standards. With 3 years of discussing and working on this, if we're gonna do it, let's do it right. I really don't want to bring this back in a year, and maybe it's selfish of me, but I would really love to stop talking about 5G, to be so honest with all of you. And I'll leave my points at that, but I'll be a no vote on this or any amendments. I would far rather we send this back to P&Z, add in 16.2. And if this motion were to fail, that will be the motion that I recommend.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out, I think, not speaking for planning and zoning, they did find fault. And they unanimously, I believe, kicked this up to the council. We haven't gotten anywhere on this. How can this council, in good conscience, not require a permittee to indemnify this town? You know, the minute a tower is approved near someone's home, the town is going to have to defend a lawsuit. And if we're so concerned about lawsuits, there's nothing that addresses that in this ordinance. The permittee beneficiary should have to indemnify the town against any lawsuits. That's not in here. It's clearly not in here. Likewise, why would the town not insist on some kind of a bond or something, or a lien rights to pay for the removal of an abandoned tower? Who's going to get stuck with that? The town, the residents? There's a lot of work that has to be done on this yet. And I agree with Hannah. I think this needs to go back and have some more tweaks to it. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but I'll be a no vote as it stands right now. This town's not indemnified at all, and that's a big issue for me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Aaron, would you be so kind as to, because I know a lot of the conversation tonight was about the health effects of this kind of technology, and review 47 USC Code 332 and how it pertains to this technology?
Mayor and council, can I just read the statute?
Of course.
It's short. 47 USC 332 subsection C7B4. No state or local government or instrumentality thereof may regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent such facilities comply with the Commission's regulations concerning such emissions.
So then are we prohibited by federal law to do what some of the people have proposed tonight, which is deny this technology?
Yeah, we can't outright ban this technology, and it's not wrong.
Okay.
And it's not wrong.
Okay.
It is not wrong.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah. And the other thing I'd like to say too is that we've been kind of playing whack-a-mole with this ordinance for a long time now, and it seems like when we first started this, and I've got screenshots in June 2022, all the comments were about this evening we're talking about 5G communications. The next advancement of cell phones is being thrust upon us. We have seen all the 5G upgrades in existing cell towers. These sites are now what is called 5G macro towers, which blah, blah, blah. 5G is my topic. So we started at one point. And it seems like every time this goes before the Planning and Zoning Commission or it comes back to council, we're talking about other points and we're expanding into other chapters. And it's a whack-a-mole. And now all of a sudden, we want to send it back so we can dive into other chapters. I certainly agree with the mayor that if we vote no tonight, all we're doing is restoring an ordinance that I've discussed extensively with John Wesley and Aaron that was flawed. The original ordinance, that's what it'll go back to. And so the ordinance that has been toiled over by Mr. Campanelli, by the Planning and Zoning Committee, by this council, and all the work that's gone into this collaboratively, is it perfect? No, but sometimes the perfect is the enemy of the good. And so we've moved the ball along. We've put in more protections. Like the mayor said, we can revisit this. We can look at any chapters. We can look at insurance. We can look at everything else. You know, I mean, everybody's afraid of this thing falling on their house. Well, what about the water tower that's next to your house? What about the street sign and the street light and the bridge that you're crossing? Is everything being indemnified by this town? There's a lot of dangerous things out there. And so, yeah, if this thing falls on your house, you're going to probably end up suing the telecommunications company for negligence. Does the town have to get involved in that? No. It's ridiculous. This is technology that is mandated by federal law, by state law, and all we can do, Aaron, and you can, again, weigh in on this if you guys doubt me, is we can do some placement, we can do some landscaping, we can do some colors and make the saguaro cactuses and do aesthetic stuff. But we can't ban or overregulate this like everybody is advocating that we're doing. It's against the law. We have a constitution, we have federal law, we have state law. An attorney wrote me today, an attorney that is presented before to this council that we all know, and he said, Brenda, you know, why are you letting the federal government bully this town around? It's bad for our town and we should deny it. I've got the email. He's an attorney and he's telling me that why are you letting the Constitution, the United States Code, and the Arizona Revised Statutes beat us up? Because we follow the law and we do it lawfully. The Republicans are so mad at Joe Biden because of the student loan program. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm going to just finish my thought that he wants to relieve student loans, and the Supreme Court says you can't, and then he wants to relieve they can't do it. The president's got to follow the law, the Congress has to follow the law, the legislature has to follow the law, and we have to follow the law. And that's all I have to say.
Mayor.
So I guess you're volunteering for the first one of these towers to go up in front of your house, but nobody here tonight has said anything about banning anything, Councilwoman. Nobody has. I haven't heard anybody but you use those terms. We're not talking about banning anything. We're saying, come on in, work under our ordinance.
Well,
That's all we're doing.
I don't have one of these towers in front of my house, but I do have an 8-foot large rot sign in front of my house. That was placed by somebody.
Hannah?
Well, I question the relevance of the mention of the political sign. I also I know the camera won't show it, but I'll verbalize. Could I get a hand raised if anyone is in here to ban 5G? So for the record, no hands are raised. Furthermore, there's no water towers in Fountain Hills. And a point of order, Ms. McMahon was not recognized by the mayor before telling people to shut up.
Try to be calm. You are now recognized, so please go on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I am calm. That's why I'm using my calm voice. There are no water towers in Fountain Hills, so the relevance of that does not make sense. I also take issue with the statements that appear to imply that the people of this town that have come up here to speak on this issue, many of whom have been new faces throughout this process. We had one gentleman that's an engineer, and Lori, I know, has spent hours and hours and hours researching this topic. I understand that it's a complicated topic, that there's a lot of information to it, but to talk about people of this town as if they are simply conspiracy theorists, they want to ignore the Constitution. I'm not aware of a constitutional right to build something on someone else's property. That's what I've got.
Again, we're not putting anything on anybody's property. I think what we're forced to allow is some of these to be built in rights of way. And I know that at the last P&Z meeting, it was sort of said in a way that we're not preempted, but we are. We are preempted, and right now, the law that we have is not as protective as this one is. John?
Mayor, thank you. If I could comment on a couple of things that I've heard here this evening. So the concern about a tower being built 20 feet from my house. The ordinance we're talking about, Chapter 17, for anything other than the small cell in the right-of-way, by this table, the closest it can be is 200 feet. The tower's 40 to 65 feet. It's got to fall if it falls on its property. Yes, we don't have any indemnification or insurance requirements in this section, but for the small cell towers, which can be in the right-of-way, as you just mentioned, Mayor, which in theory could be 20 feet of it, a 20-foot setback from somebody's home, there is a requirement there for insurance and indemnification for the small cells. That's in the terms and conditions.
I'd like to actually discuss the ordinance that has been presented to us and the amendment that has come before us. It should be read so that people at home and sitting out here know what the amendment is. Also, I'd like to know the thought process behind the amendments that have been presented. I feel like we could beat up every damn word of this document and be here until 2 o'clock in the morning. We need to address the issue at hand. The issue is we were presented with this ordinance. Let's discuss it, and let's discuss the amendments that were presented. Please and thank you.
John, I just have one question. Every tower that's put up in this town, is there a lease associated with it?
Mayor, Councilmember, I would assume so. Again, you're talking about on private property. I would assume the tower company gets a lease from the property owner. That would be part of it.
And anything in the right-of-way as well?
Anything in the right-of-way then is coming through the town, and they would go through Mr. Weldy in Public Works for lease agreements on private property and encroachment agreements in the
Do we have
right-of-way.
any financial impact or idea as to what that might be in the way of dollars or cents?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember, we indeed do have lease sites. I do not have those numbers available. I will research them and report back to the Mayor and Council tomorrow, but yes.
Fair
we
enough.
have multi-year.
Fair enough, thank you.
You just made a good point, though, by asking that, because the idea that we were inadvertently or directly made a sales pitch and the town saw dollar signs. The conundrum with door number 2, this is from the Planning and Zoning meeting, is that those dollar signs, if not managed, are at the expense of the average citizen from a number of angles, predominantly property values and health. And that is not appropriate without us at least having a conversation. That was absolutely had nothing, you're asking because you didn't know of anything and there were no dollar signs dangled in front of us that made us want to put more towers in. And as someone that's lived here for 40, now almost going on 42 years, who raised her family here, I find that idea of how much would it be anyway, but that we would be encouraging towers because of some lease that we might get for it. I mean, that's just not, I don't even want to say a word of what I think it is. It's just plain wrong. And I'm glad you asked that question because you're proving that we had absolutely no idea that we were getting offered money.
Mayor, that wasn't my intent, but I knew the answer to that question before I asked it.
Brenda, would you like to present your amendments and, you know, if you want to do them and justify, or, you know, give us your motivation or your ideas on those?
I certainly would. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Yeah, as regarding 1703A3D, I did want to delete the first sentence. The choice of design for installing a new wireless communication facility or the substantial modification of the existing wireless communication facility shall be chosen to minimize the potential adverse impacts that the new or expanded facility may or is likely to inflict upon nearby properties. I view that as word salad, and it's meaningless word puzzle. Essentially, what 1703 wants to do is encourage stealth designs such as monopalms or flagpoles, and they should be camouflaged to the poles and antennas. And so I just got rid of the excess verbiage, which I just thought was wiggle words. I think we had already talked about the sloping when Hannah asked me that question earlier.
Before we move on, can I ask a question about that?
Of course.
Earlier one? Thank you. This would strike out the language shall be chosen to minimize the potential adverse impacts that the new or expanded facility may or is likely to inflict upon nearby properties. I understand it is a long sentence, however, striking that without changing the wording in the second sentence, I think that's the second sentence, now it just says stealth design such as monopalms or flagpoles, so including others, should, not shall, be utilized to camouflage the pole and antennas. So I want to throw out there that this is absolutely changing the meaning of that paragraph. I guess that wasn't really a question, but sorry.
Well, I mean, again, it's, rather design choice should be upon the applicant if the design meets the ordinance objective standards, such as antenna dimensions. And so it would refer just back to our ordinance. And like I said, it's superfluous language that is just not necessary. If you want to change shall, we could. But I'd still just think we should just strike out that language because it's just not necessary.
I think a further concern is, assuming we were to change should to shall, then it's still stealth designs such as monopalms or flagpoles shall be utilized. Now we're talking anything that's considered a stealth design. I got to be honest, some of those palm trees or the cacti, some look good, a lot don't.
Again, I just don't think it's our duty to do that kind of regulation. It's all set by our objective ordinance standards that we already have written into the code, and it's it's just making a person that would want to put one of these units in our town subjected to language that they might not even understand, because quite honestly, I don't even understand it. And I'm reading it right here. I mean, we have to make our ordinances user-friendly, and I don't think using all these superfluous words is user-friendly. I mean, we should try to write these things, what do they call it, Aaron? Clear language laws. It should be clear language, so everybody that reads it knows what it means.
Do you want to make amendments as you go along, or would you like to wait till you're through?
Yeah, it's really up to what you'd like to do, Ms. Mayor.
I mean, is it easier to do it one by one?
One by one.
Yeah. So if you would like to say that you'd like to amend language with what you wrote there.
I think I did.
Okay.
I read the whole thing.
So is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? I'm kind of thinking that I like the protection that's in the language that exists there. Any other discussion on the amendment?
I don't think that
Councilwoman?
I don't think that the language hurts anything. I mean, I really don't. I don't. Like, you think it doesn't add very much, but I think that the first sentence, combined with the second one, serves the purpose of the design need to minimize the potential impacts, and then also, in doing that, coupled with having a stealth design. So I do think that having the two sentences are fine.
Right. Okay, yeah, I mean, these are all recommendations that were done by a trade association that looks into these and tries to make reasonable ordinances that are understandable. If you look at the 17.4C3C, it talks about, I think that we exceeded our sections 253A and 332 of the Communications Act by being overbroad of, again, what this council can do. At this point, I'll withdraw my amendments, and we can just proceed. I think that my amendments would have made it better, but we've had so few applications, and maybe we're just doing too much of a deep dive into things that maybe won't even matter that much. It's just a lawyer, and I wanted to tighten it up and make it a better ordinance. But you know, if the council just wants to move on tonight, I'm ready to do that.
Thank you, Brenda. Any further discussion on what's ahead of us? And again, the 20-foot, I had a question about that, but you answered that. The liability issue is in 16, but not in 17. So there's no insurance in this particular thing. This is not having us consider more towers, because it kind of looked, I think that's what some of the public comments sounded like. It was more of a permissive, but it's actually less permissive. The mixing of terminology is true, as you pointed out, and as a speaker pointed out, and that is what has led to a lot of the confusion with, now you're saying they don't want to ban 5G, but that was kind of how it started. You know, we had a moratorium on 5G, and that had to do with the health.
Only while the ordinance was being worked on.
Right, but I mean, that was, when this first came up, that was what the health part of it was actually the driving force. So, and then.
Madam Mayor.
Yes. Yes.
I am sorry to interrupt you. However, I don't want words put into the public's or my mouth. The intention of the moratorium was so that we had time to work on this ordinance, not to ban 5G. It was to put a hold so that we could put together something strong. But the thing with that moratorium is that, again, the intention was for broadband, which this doesn't cover. So either way, we're not fulfilling the purpose of that original motion. But I want to be so very clear that that was not due to health. That was not with the intention of banning 5G.
It was not due to health.
Correct.
Excuse me. We're having a discussion here. So when we first started this conversation, it was not due to health.
Correct.
I disagree with that, but we'll move on. The other thing was the 20 feet. Oh, what is the reason to break out voice from data? Or that was one of the first things you talked about that we don't do. You said there was no, none of the other ordinances and any other places have that distinction. And it seems like some people want that, and I was wondering what's the advantage of that? Why would anybody want that?
Mayor, Council, I'm not sure how clearly I can define that. From what I have been hearing, one of the main purposes behind the small cell 5G towers is to transmit data for your internet service and so forth in that wireless mode. And that's where there is concern of the impact from a variety of ways in terms of having that number of small cell towers up and down our streets. In the federal law, currently, and I don't know, Aaron, if we know if they've acted on the change, but under federal law, the voice is highly regulated, but there's less regulation on the broadband, or there has been. There's an effort to make the broadband covered just like the voice is. And the FCC approved that change, but then it was taken to court again. And I don't know if we've seen what's happened from that. So there at least has been some room to regulate broadband more than voice. But again, in terms of what I have seen in the other ordinances I've looked at and what we got from Mr. Campanelli, there's no distinction. It talked about towers, it talked about antennas, it didn't talk about voice versus broadband. And so to make that kind of distinction in our ordinance, we would have to hire some professional who knew how to break those out.
Okay, thank you. So, but it is something that's being spoken about as something else that might have some room for more regulation.
Maybe.
Okay. All right, anything else? Any other discussion? So we have a motion and a second to approve, move to adopt ordinance 24-08, and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Friedel?
Nay.
Councilmember Skillicorn?
No.
Councilmember Grzybowski?
So I just want to be clear, we've moved to approve it as written, unrelated to the amendments. Yes.
Councilmember McMahon?
Aye.
Councilmember Toth?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Calavianakis?
Aye, it's better than what we had.
Mayor Dickey?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Passes 4-3.
Appreciate it. Our next item is somewhat related, and John, if you want to explain it, please.
Yes, Mayor and Council, as we were working on Chapter 17 and also then experiencing some developments in town with regard to primarily some of the SRP transformer boxes and some of the antennas that they were putting up on those so they could communicate between their different facilities. We recognized that this was a new type of antenna that was not clearly covered in our code. And so in Chapter 17 that we just reviewed, we added a provision for what we were calling utility service antennas. And that Chapter 17 covers those antennas that are not placed in the right-of-way, but many of these that we're dealing with are within the right-of-way. And so we wanted to address those here in Chapter 16, just like we have the other encroachments and the small cell. So we have the definition here, what we mean by utility service antennas. And here's a picture of what one of those types of antennas looks like. And again, it's part of the utility service and communicating to different parts of their overall network. And so the ordinance that we have before you has a general requirement that if the top of that antenna is going to be less than 6 feet above grade, then it just needs to be designed and painted in a way that it would blend with the surrounding. But if it's any taller than that, it needs to have some kind of stealth design, such as the saguaro cactus, or otherwise approved by the Public Works Director through that encroachment permit process. And then as far as any review process that goes with that, again, if they're less than 6 feet tall, all they need is an encroachment permit. If there are any electrical permits needed, then they would get those also. If it's taller than 6 foot, again, the encroachment permit and the building permit to go with that. And so that is this simple ordinance.
Thank you. Any questions for John? Councilman?
John, what are those, and are those SRP and other utilities?
SRP is the main one we've been dealing with currently, Councilmember. There are 5 or 6 of those antennas currently around town that are in the process of being changed over to the saguaros.
What's the alternative to those antennas for them?
For them, it's people having to come out to sites to flip switches and valves and do readings and those types of things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And answer a little bit of that question is sometimes like water meters, electrical meters, they'll have a way to communicate, so you don't have meter readers going yard to yard like back in the wheel days. At my old house, we used to have, actually it's funny because I don't remember them installing it, but I remember one day messing around with my sump pump. We used to have sump pumps Midwest. And I found this meter on the equipment there, and it was actually monitoring the amount of water, wastewater. So and this wasn't like the photos. Like literally, they had to drive by. It had to be within like 50 feet or something. They had to drive by your house. That's how they get meter readings. I wasn't aware, Director, that they were as ugly as ones you had a photograph there. So I am actually enthused about this ordinance because that's a big improvement. And even it's a small issue. Most of it's on private property. And most of them are small, but this it's correcting it's a good example of a problem that could come here, and we were nipped in the bud. So thank you very much. Thank
you. Okay, I might have still forgot my question, but I did want to say thank you for your work on this, John. I honestly, when I don't know if it was when the first one was put in or just when I noticed it, but a year-ish ago when I saw one, I was wondering what that was and why it was there and why it was so tall and kind of ugly. So just thank you for your work on this and the preemptive strike.
Yes, Mayor, if I may, and Councilmember, thank you for that. It was noticed by some of our staff, and we've been able to work closely with SRP, and they've been very agreeable with us in terms of the design and getting these changed out to something that is more attractive. So we're grateful for SRP being so willing to work with us on it too.
Madam Mayor, I think Director just answered my question. I was going to ask if that ugly one in the photo was going to be legal non-conforming, but it sounds like they've addressed it.
They've been, Councilmember, they've been agreeable with us to go through, and again, we've got 5 or 6, I think, Mr. Weldy, they're currently in process of being swapped out for something of a stealth design.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, we gotta keep on them.
I get a motion.
A motion to approve.
Mayor.
Roll call, please.
Mayor.
Oh.
Sorry. Oh, there are cards.
Oh,
Yes, we
sorry
have.
about that.
We have. It's okay.
2
All
cards.
right. The town actually received 15 speaker cards. 13 were just written comments, and 13 of those written comments were their position was for. And we do have 2 speaker cards requested to speak. The first one is Lori Troller, and the second one I have here is followed by April McCormick.
Hello, Lori Troller, resident. I got to actually start with a question. So this is only to make it stealth? That's what's being proposed? Is to make it stealth? So is it not to be able to attach this to existing telecom towers? That's what I thought I read. I thought they were saying that the utility was asking for a combined use of any structure where telecom antennas are. Is that wrong? That's wrong. Okay, so this is only to make the pictures that you had, the cactus.
Lori, if you want to make your statement, and then maybe he could answer.
Okay, I don't know what statement to make because I think I misunderstood what's going on. Here's my statement. If what they're trying to do is take these utility receivers, data collectors, and put them on something that's about to be prolific in this town, I personally don't want Big Brother listening to me on my power bills and everything. So what they're doing, so if you're SRP and you want to, you've got AI now. I see the power of AI, I write it. I create AI. You should see what we can do with this stuff. So if we're enabling and putting prolific towers, power that read your electric meter, I can tell you when you just turn your oven on, I can tell when you're home, I can tell when you're not home. This is information that goes overseas, over to whomever. It's not good, it's an invasion of your privacy. That's how politically it's handled. So if we are talking about making it easier for SRP to put up more antennas and put them on existing structures, which is what I thought this was, I want to bring that up because I don't think that's right. So if I have that wrong and all we're doing is just putting a cactus over an antenna that they're putting up, I don't have anything to say. Then I've misunderstood. So that's why I was asking. So if you want to answer.
Madam Mayor, council members, a little bit of clarification. What you are looking at tonight is to modify existing radio signals. Let me be clear. The few, 5 or 6 that are going up right now, their only purpose is to allow SRP to communicate with that switch remotely. Think of it as your electricity being in a big square. If you have a fault in this corner of the square, the lights go out for several homes. This antenna will allow SRP to make a switch and then reroute it so all of the applicable homes or the majority of them can be fed. They do not collect any data whatsoever. They simply allow SRP to electronically switch one phase to the other. A little bit of additional information in regards to the smart routers, for which these are not. Those smart routers have been here in large saguaros, for about the last 15 years. And for the majority of them, unnoticed. And so those are different. They actually do collect the information related to the electrical meters. Two different items here.
I got no issue. Thank you. I needed the clarification. I didn't know. Thank you.
Aaron?
Yeah, Mayor, I don't want to interrupt the apparent love fest that's now going on here, but I do have a couple of things from the last item that are relevant to the discussion of this one, so I want to put those on the record. With regard to council approval either of this item or the last item, a couple of points were made by residents about you all being individually liable for your votes tonight. That is not true. You are absolutely legislatively immune for actions that you take in your legislative capacity. That's pursuant to state law and federal law, so I want to make sure that you all know that. No action that you take up here on the dais in your legislative capacity is going to expose you to it. Anyone can sue anyone for anything. How many times have I said that sitting up here? But that doesn't mean that you can be personally held liable now or in the future. So I want to make sure that's known. The second point that I wanted to make sure that I raised was the way that all these items ended up coming to be has unfortunately really been misconstrued. I think you all actually do know that. You were in the room from day one when we hired our first consultant. Every single council member up here put his or her stamp of approval on that. And then same with putting stamp of approval or disapproval on firing that first consultant, and then the stamp of approval or disapproval on retaining the second consultant. Those were all actions that were taken at the direction of the town council. The manager signs stuff sometimes department directors sign stuff, sometimes I sign stuff when we retain legal services. It's my job to retain legal services at the direction of you guys. That's what I did. So, pretty tired of hearing my name dragged through the mud. It's unnecessary, and it's wrong, because I act at the direction of the council. The last component of this that's important to recognize is we also were acting at direction of council, me, John, Rachel, staff generally, in directing what was released and what wasn't released. That ordinance, it's privileged. We had a public vote on it. We talked about it in e-session. I gave you advice and said, do what you want. If you release it, that's great. Y'all chose not to by a majority vote. So please, can we just have the record be clear that this isn't the town attorney acting independently. I'm not rogue. I'm not doing something on my own volition. I don't really care about Jonathan Kramer. I don't really care about Andrew Campanelli. Don't know him, never met him a day in my life other than working here. So I just want to let y'all know that that's where I'm at. Hope the public recognizes that too, or can at some point recognize that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I think we have one. Yes. Did we have a motion and a second already? Yes, because Alan made the motion, I think. So can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember McMahon.
Aye.
Councilmember Toth.
Aye.
Councilmember Friedel. Aye. Councilmember Skillicorn.
Yes.
Councilmember Grzybowski.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Calavianakis.
Aye.
Mayor Dickey.
Aye.
Passes unanimous.
Thank you, Angela. Sure. Council discussion direction, you mentioned having that meeting with, I don't know if DWR, but at least with the sanitary district probably, right? And the folks involved there. Was there anything else that came up then? Future agenda items? Councilman Skillicorn?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know if we need a second or not, but I would like to entertain a future agenda item to appoint the successor to some very big shoes that may not necessarily be able to fill, but the seat we could fill. I want to see if we could do that possibly next meeting.
Any other future agenda items? No? Okay. Well, now we're going to get to our special recognition of our outgoing councilwoman, Sharron. She has been a longtime community volunteer in several areas before you came to the dais. You decided to take that additional step to run for council, and we're all the better for it. You were reliably prepared. You're always ready with fact-driven references, and we'll miss your energy. I think you heard that from some people. Your intellect, of course, and your enthusiasm for the stellar students. Somebody mentioned that. Your sense of humor, which we can always use for sure, and we appreciate that. Scott, he has contribution too, as he was commissioner, an active volunteer, doing all that stuff up there on the trails, and make a difference day, both of you, with the trucks and getting everybody getting our tools and getting all our stuff in the truck so you could haul it off. So Scott will also be missed. I'm going to be presenting you with, we have the pin, I wore it so you could see it, so you don't have to take it out of the box, and a certificate. But first I was going to ask if any council people have anything to say, and then we'll wrap it up with our town manager, and then I'll bring you, I'll come to your seat and just bring those things for you, so, because I know you want to be a little low-key about it. So if any council people, I think Councilwoman McMahon.
Sharron, I'm so excited that we got to work together. I really enjoyed it. For the past 4 years, you have brought a very interesting and honest perspective to the council. You and the town, you have contributed so much. I don't think you even realize how much you've given this town, and it's moved it forward progressively. You have some great ideas for the stellar students, etc., and you always a positive factor in all the discussions, so thank you very much. I really appreciate your thorough research on all the subjects and matters that have come before council, and I really will miss your insightful, well thought out, honest, and blatant comments from remarks before the council. They've made a big difference, and I'm going to miss working with you. And I wish you and Scott the best in your new endeavors, and I hope you enjoy living in California. So thank you so much.
Well, of course, I want to wish you luck in your next chapter. And despite, maybe not always seeing eye to eye, you've always been kind and professional, and I really appreciate that. So thank you, and I'm sorry to see you go a little early, but I hope that this chapter is everything that you want it to be.
Thank you for your service to the town, and good luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sharron, I want to thank you very much for your humor and your wit. And who's going to wear Converse All-Stars to meetings? And we're gonna miss Scott too. Who's we need someone to blaze those trails. So you will be missed.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Mayor. Sharron, it was an absolute honor and pleasure to work with you. I've always admired you. There's been many times that we have disagreed, but there's many times we've agreed on things, and even in our disagreements, they were always respectful. We always had vigorous debates on substantive issues, and we always showed each other respect and dignity, and that's something that is sorely missing in our country. It's having public servants that can go back and forth and debate arguments and still maybe like the Ronald Reagan, Tip O'Neill, and go out for a beer afterwards and just let the day be done. So I've appreciated your logical thought process and what you've done for our town and all the research and everything you've done. I'm sad to see you go, but I'm always very happy to see somebody that's moving on to a next exciting phase of their life. So Godspeed and good luck, and I hope the wind is at your sails.
Don't even.
I told her I was going to write an essay, but it is rather late. I have the privilege of sitting here and sharing this from the town manager's seat, but I've also had a long history with Sharron long before this. No. As a Make a Difference Day volunteer, as a volunteer at, I can't even tell you how many numerous events, 4th of July's, Wacky Wet Wednesdays, all kinds of good things. And then, as well as a commissioner on our CSAC. So I've had the privilege of working with Sharron in a lot of different ways. But tonight I want to speak on behalf of the staff. I have that honor because I do think I speak for more than just myself. So as you prepare to leave our community, we want to express our deepest gratitude for your years of dedicated service. Your contribution as a council member, former commissioner, and active volunteer have left a lasting impact on Fountain Hills. You've been an advocate for the betterment of our community and have taken the time to ensure that the varied voices of our residents were heard. You've been a true champion for our town, and your commitment and passion will be greatly missed by all who have had the privilege to work alongside you. Thank you for all you've done to make our community stronger. We wish you all the very best in your future endeavors and hope that wherever life takes you, you will carry a piece of Fountain Hills with you.
I begged the mayor not to do this. I went to Rachel and tattled, and that didn't even work. So an opportunity presented itself for us to move closer to my husband's client base. Because we're at the end of our lease, like literally in a couple of days, it just made sense to do it now. As you know, you can't be on council if you don't live in town. I tried to do the call-in thing, but I figured y'all might figure it out. I realized the timing isn't ideal. The last 4 years on council has been a great learning experience. I've always loved helping people, so transitioning from volunteer to an elected position was just a natural transition for me. Thank you to the residents. Your support over the last 4 years has been wonderful. I'd like to especially thank the staff. You guys are fantastic to work with. You're good at your job, and I truly appreciate each of you. Remember that you are the professional. You're the one with the experience in your field. Don't let folks like me try to convince you of anything else. We are all sitting on this dais, average citizens representing the town's voice. My knowledge level is not more than yours simply because I'm elected to my position. I do still expect really prompt emails if I email you though, so just saying now. But seriously, thank you guys for everything. I have thoroughly enjoyed the last 4 years, and Rachel, 8, whatever it is. Thank you guys, I really appreciate it.